eMLS Cup is coming to you from an art museum right here in the heart of New York City. Today, the best EAFC players in North America will battle for glory on gaming's biggest stage, surrounded by some of the world's most iconic contemporary art. It's skill, creativity, and competition all unfolding right here at the Whitney. So get ready for a day of unforgettable moments. The eMLS Cup starts now.
Welcome to New York. Welcome to eMLS Cup. We're back for an 8th year, and this time it is bigger than ever in the Big Apple, New York City. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Mike LaBelle have got the absolute pleasure of guiding you through what is going to be an exciting afternoon here. We're in the Whitney. It's a museum that's probably never ever seen an event like this before, but it's so good to be here, Mike, in your home city. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling amazing. I won't lie, I took a bike over here. That's what I'm talking about. Energy is going to be electric. The crowd's already coming in, and we've got some quality matches. We're going to have elimination. We're going to have history made, and we've never been at the Whitney. I've never seen a gaming event at the Whitney before, so we're making history today in that sense as well.
It's been amazing, yeah. 8th year the eMLS Cup has run. These is the rosters that have been in action the last 3 days of action. Remember, this is day 3 of the tournament. It's only the part of the broadcast we're bringing to you live, but Mike, it has been a grueling process for our 14 competitors in the last 48 hours.
No doubt about it, but everyone played everyone, so we've got the best of the best, and you're going to see some household names, you're going to see some international signings and some new faces, but we have 14 of MLS finest that are going to be on display, but today we're only seeing the top 8.
You mentioned new names, you mentioned international names coming into the league, or some have made quite the impact. That's the standings from the group stages the last 2 days. Look at that top 4. Gibaros, Redlac, Paulo Neto, a household name here in eMLS, and Yuval, who was a late addition earlier on this week. If you didn't know the format here, Mike, it was top 4 that went straight through to the quarterfinals yesterday. Places 13 and 14 were eliminated from the competition, and it was 5th through to 12th who played in a playoff round yesterday afternoon in a setup about 5-10 minutes down the road. But we've got here now 14 become 8, and as always, Mike, I expect some great atmosphere here in the States.
No doubt about it. I mean, you can see people are already kind of coming in. They've taken off early. No school. No work. We're here early on Friday, and I can't wait to get into the action. And the best part is it's a reset. It's a new day. Doesn't matter what you did previously.
No, absolutely. Well, look, this is what happened across yesterday's action as well. Remember, there was a play-in round, so the top 4 were already done. The likes of Paulo Neto, Yuval, Gibaros, Redlac, they already qualified for the top 8. But Thiago Capo, in his 3rd year in the eMLS, his 3rd year representing Philadelphia Union, did enough to qualify himself for the quarterfinal stages.
And he's making moves. That's a face of relief. We're going to see him in action today, of course. 3-2, 120th minute. If you've played a lot of FC, you know, it could stress you out a little bit. But he's happy to be kind of on an upward trajectory. You already mentioned it, but this has been his best performance in MLS thus far, or eMLS.
Well, it seems like as well, Mike, that New England Revolution love Portuguese players, because Jafonso, the defending champion of eMLS Cup, is not here this year. He's not back defending his title. His fellow Portuguese friend is, though, who did qualify through that game down below there, an important 5-3 win. Lamps not in the top 8 this year.
That's going to be a downfall for him. He's not going to be happy about that at all. One of North America's finest faces. Somebody that you expect to make a late stage run, and he's just not going to get the opportunity.
He's not going to be, unfortunately. But this was another game that took place in our play-in round as well. Diddy Chris Lito, a champion of eMLS Cup, an E-Champions League winner. He's getting older, Mike, but he's still got it. He's in the top 8.
And he was able to just scoop by Alan Avi, another veteran of the scene. It's got to be said, those are 2 of the biggest household names throughout this competition.
And our biggest result that came in yesterday's play-in round, late into the hours here in New York City, was this one. K1 John, he was in last year's grand final of the eMLS Cup. He is back in the top 8 this year, and it was commiserations to King CJ, who was devastated after losing 7-0.
And this is credit to the competition. It's another player that you would expect to see in action. King CJ making a run for it. We've seen him making those late-stage moves. He's not going to get that chance, and it wasn't even close. K1 John closing it out, and CJ had a troubled eMLS. Day 1, didn't look like he got any flow. Yesterday, he was better, but he just didn't do enough when it was that final play-in match.
And this is who's left in the competition. We say goodbye, unfortunately, to a handful of our competitors. Now only 8 remain. Please remember today, it is straight knockout FC 25. You lose, you go home. There's no double bracket. There's no aggregate scoreline. It's FC like we like it, Mike. Simple, easy to understand. And this is our knockout bracket. We kick off in the left top corner. Gibaros against Rastarata, 2 brand new players playing in their first eMLS season. They match up in quarterfinal 1. If you drop down to the bottom side of that left corner of the bracket as well, for a potential semi-final, it's going to be New York City FC's Yuval, who just jumped on a plane 36 hours ago. He's done enough to get into the quarterfinal stages up against a seasoned veteran in Thiago Capo of Philadelphia Union.
And when we look at the upper right-hand side of the bracket, you've got a new face with Red Lack, of course, with the RB Leipzig and Red Bull Gaming connection. And then K1 John, a finalist last year. And coming into this, you might say Red Lack is the favorite just based on the regular season. But this is a new day as I'm going to keep that narrative pushing. And then in the bottom right-hand side of the bracket, Paolo Neto, Beast Up Chris, also known as Diddy Chris Lito. Again, maybe two of the players that have had the most eMLS matches ever.
Yeah, I think between them, I think Diddy Chris Lito has played 5 years of eMLS, and Paolo Neto is the most capped player. 6 years he's played eMLS, and look, he's not going to have it all his way this year. He's been a man before, he's played in this tournament, and seemingly been able to win most of the action that comes his way. This is why we're here, though, of course, to find our champion today. But even more than that, Mike, this is the first FC Pro partnered league that is going to finish and give us our next 2 players to the World Championships. Remember, there are 20 spots from FC Pro League partners this year to get to the World Championships, the big $1 million tournament. The eMLS always is the first to finish, and it just shapes up the season perfectly. It
also gives you an idea what to look out for, what's going to happen, what the pros are using, what's most effective, where it's a little lackluster, you name it. It's a good study session.
Absolutely. Well, look, there is so much, as we said, to unfold these next 4 hours or so here from the Whitney in New York City FC. There is lots for you to win at home as well for those that are tuning in across the next few hours. We're going to be kicking off, as we said, with Gabaros in our first match. We cannot wait for it, but there are draft requirements in play that we will be speaking about very shortly. Some interesting draft requirements as well. I didn't know half the icons had a presence in the MLS. They have, and this is our first matchup. Gabaros takes on Rastarata. 2 very different group stages, Mike. Gabaros has not lost a game. 13 games played, 13 wins. Who will beat him?
This might sound crazy, but if I was Gabaros, maybe I would have wanted to face a little adversity. The fact that he coasted through so easily, he's got the results done, he has a huge goal difference. And this is the reality, and I know I'm pushing this agenda, but today's a new day. It's a different stage, different environment. You have live fans in action. You're going to have noise one way or the other. You feel the pressure a little bit more. I'm just throwing it out there.
Well, let's talk about the drafts in particular. In FC Pro style, every league follows a draft requirement. It was eMLS's turn to have this for one of the first times ever. 8 million coin budget. Within that, 8 icons must be chosen. It's a minimum. It's not a maximum, it's a minimum of 8 icons. And I was sitting there, Mike, thinking, Ruud Gullit, did he play MLS? Did Frank Lampard, we knew he did, New York City FC. You start going through the list of players and you start sort of casting back in your mind, when did that icon play in MLS?
Well, you had to have an attachment at some point with North American soccer. That's the truth of the play, whether it's even a coaching perspective, maybe before MLS existed and so forth. And that's how some of these teams have been comprised, but it's made the gameplay quite interesting because it's all about trying to find the best matchups on the virtual pitch.
On top of that as well, 4 heroes must feature alongside a selection of current MLS players, and you are actually allowed 1 wild card pick of a player that has played before in North America, has played in MLS before. Hence why you are seeing the likes of that fantasy Alphonso Davies come on to basically mix things up ever so slightly. But we're seeing different teams here, Mike. Look, I know the icons are going to be heavy. There's been a lot of love for Robbie Keane in the last 48 hours.
Most definitely. That item can finish from anywhere. I'm a big supporter, big fan, underrated finisher all time, in my personal opinion. You also see the likes of big Mario Gomez, which tells you about maybe a different tactical approach that Rasta is going to bring into the gameplay. You see Johan Cruyff getting some minutes, getting some burn, a little skills to pay the bills, a little razzle-dazzle. But there will always be some interchangeability between teams depending on formation, style of play, etc.
Well, we'll be featuring our first featured matchup in Gabaros taking on Rastarata. We'll be playing 2 quarterfinals at the same time here at eMLS Cup. But there are plenty of places where you can watch the action at home. There are streams happening on all different platforms. You can go to twitch.tv/MLS to follow the main broadcast, which you are watching now. If you go to MLS 2, you can just see gameplay only of Gabaros Rastarata, and MLS 3 on Twitch will give you Yuval against Thiago Capo. We will be giving you coverage of all of the games here on our main broadcast, and there's also maybe a chance for you to pick up some drops at home as well. It's very simple, Mike. You watch the stream, you put your feet up, next thing you know, in your ultimate team, you could have a few packs dropping.
Especially with, UT and the birthday joints and new drops, new releases coming up. This is a nice little opportunity. So
it's
some
a
easy
perfect
packs
way,
to unlock.
Stack the club before
Stack
we
the
see
club. I like
a
that.
new FUT birthday team come a little bit later on today. Remember, 50 minutes of watch time will give you a 75+ player pick, and 60 minutes a prime gold players pack. We can see already, and I'm feeling how hot it is in this room already.
Oh, it's heating up. You said that earlier that I was going to get heated in there. I can feel the difference.
We might have to get some tissues, Mike, because I'm sweating already.
And there's a line outside. We're just at the beginning.
It is going to be an incredible atmosphere here at eMLS Cup. Why is it always the case, Mike, every year? I mean, look, this is the 8th year this has run. This is my first time being here, and I'm absolutely honoured to be here. I've always watched it from home. There's always an atmosphere in this league that just doesn't happen anywhere else.
I was going to say, you partially answered that. It's been since the beginning of times we've always had the live fans. And this feels a little more New York, because I know we're going to squeeze it in here, so you're really going to feel different sways of momentum, a little bit of this and a little bit of that, which I personally like. You know, I live out here. I like the old school gaming feel where it's all in the room. It's a little more grassroots.
I mean, I've definitely felt the last few days I've been here in New York, Mike. It's here, there, and everywhere, isn't it? It is an incredible city, and of course, it is our host for this year's eMLS Cup. $20,000, we must say as well, Mike, will be won by one of our competitors today. And it's even more exciting because the defending champion, he is not here. Jafonzo is not competing this year.
And you might not have stressed on it, but if you win 2 games, you're going to see yourself into the finals. And it sounds easier when you're saying it out loud than maybe the reality of the situation. But if you've made it this far, you're not far away.
We can see you as well at home in the Twitch chat. Get involved in the conversation. If we have some of our fantastic moderators on board as well, back in our Twitch chat. Let's run a poll if we can. Who do you think will win our first matchup? Will it be Gibaros or Rasta Arta as New York Red Bulls take on the New England Revolution? We're just trying to get into the game now. One player I want to speak about is Gibaros. We know he's been superb. We know he went 13 games unbeaten. You would laugh, but this is his first ever league he's played in, Mike. He's never played in an FC Pro partnered league. I mean, because last year was his rookie year.
I mean, this is the reality. We could say it. It's the elephant in the room. The man's been unstoppable. He's undefeated. I didn't think that was possible over the course of the last 2 days to go 13 games, 13 wins, and many of them convincingly. They weren't even that close in a lot of those matches. But, again, a different situation, a new atmosphere, new setup, a little more pressure, and this is really where fandom and legacy is created on the big stage with the bright lights, with a packed room.
And on top of that, Mike, I think there's an element you've got to look to here with the fact that this man did play in the FC Pro Open. He's already played LAN this year, and it didn't go his way. He would have wanted to get FC Pro World Championships locked in there. It didn't happen for him because we knew the level of competition there was incredible. How much is that going to help him here that he's already played LAN this year? He's already played against top players outside of the US.
I think it's a catch-22. It could be a double-edged sword in some ways. Because he played LAN, that's good to have that experience, but it also didn't go well for him, so maybe in the back of your head you're saying, I don't want to repeat that, but what if you start facing a little adversity? What if the ball doesn't bounce your way? Maybe you don't get that favorable animation, you miss a couple finishes, you make a defensive error, because that all happens. We see it time and time again. It's hard to call these.
And the amount of times, Mike LaBelle, we have seen FC Pro players play Swiss, let's say, or group stages. They've been flawless. They've gone 5-0. They've won loads of games. You come into knockout in a room here. You're at the Whitney, the Museum of Art in New York City. You've got fans here. You've got atmosphere. You've got pressure.
You got distraction a little bit, too. There's people talking. There's cheering. I don't know if it's going to get rowdy. This is New York City. It's possible.
Final few words going on board from both coaches who we have to give a highlight to. Dr. Nightwatch, the new man in the camp for RB Leipzig, and, of course, the New York Red Bulls now.
I promise that we're not trying to paint a picture. Gibaros comes into this as the favorite. That's the true reality. He's looked untouchable. He's been unstoppable. And Ross is going to have to play his A game if he wants to make this interesting. Cause a little bit of some dilemma. Make things a little more uncomfortable.
Well, I was looking as well, Mike. The Rasta Arta is 335th in the world rankings right now. I think that goes to show who is the favourite in this game compared to Gibaros, who's in the top 20 and has been really, really convincing. We're going to go to a very quick break now just as we get these games loaded in here at eMLS Cup. When we're back, our quarterfinals kick off live from the Whitney in New York City.
You ready? MLS is game on. Dochi? On. Stars on.
Kevin Sullivan, the history maker.
30,000 friends on. Rivalries on.
versus New York City.
MLS, this is our soccer. Game on.
They say your 30s are better than your 20s. Well, if that's the case, then MLS is going to be better than ever. You see, 30 years ago, a league was born. A vision took shape.
Welcome to Major League Soccer.
Giving us 3 decades of heart-stopping, historic moments.
Valderrama. Oh, yes! What an atmosphere we've got here in Toronto. MLS is here.
Thierry brings it down. Fires! Yes! Please welcome the world's number 10, Lionel Messi! Messi! Spectacular!
And now, as we celebrate the past, a new era begins. As we welcome the league's 30th club.
The start of something special for Major League Soccer.
We couldn't be more excited about our 30th team being in San Diego.
Bringing a new city, new life, new rivalries to this league. Get ready for a season like no other.
Some fireworks and more.
More stars, more drama, and now, more prime time.
What a game on the way tonight.
For the first time ever, the biggest match of the week will take center stage on Sunday Night Soccer.
MLS headliners about to go head-to-head here tonight.
Tonight isn't just the start of the season. Oh, tonight is 30 years in the making.
Maybe we really haven't seen MLS like this before.
So welcome to the next chapter of Major League Soccer. Welcome to Sunday Night Soccer.
If I got it, then I bought it. Take a bite, cause I want it. And I know I got the taste for the cake. And I take what I make and I flaunt it, flaunt it. Got diamonds on my necklace. I live how I like. So looks is getting reckless. I'm feeling myself and you can't break my vibe. I'm feeling myself and you can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe.
The Whitney isn't just a museum, it's an NYC vibe. A place to meet friends, hang out, dance, and experience art and culture. It doesn't matter what you're into, fashion, sports, or making art. We've got you covered. The best part? The Whitney is free during Free Friday nights and free second Sundays, and every day if you're 25 and under. While you're here, enjoy views on our terraces. There's nowhere like the Whitney, and you get to be a part of it.
Welcome back to eMLS Cup Live from the Whitney here. We have got a packed crowd that are coming in as we look to kick off our first round of action. This is one of the first FC Pro League partners that will conclude, and today we'll find out not just who is the eMLS Cup champion for the 2025 season, but also who is on their way to the FC Pro World Championships, because Mike LaBelle, 2 wins will get you there.
Lock it in, knock it out, get your season. I don't want to say it's closing out, but you got like some rest time. You can take a little minute if you need one. Here's a recap of the bracket. We're talking about Gibaros and Rasta being the opening matchup. You've got Yuval and Thiago Capo as well following up. It's going to be interesting to see what can spark up there. Red Lac, again, new to the league. K1 John, finalist last year. Palinetto's kind of been Mr. eMLS. And you maybe could argue the same for Beast Up Chris, which is the rebrand from Diddy Chris Lito.
I mean, Diddy Chris Lito, he won this competition back in 2021. It was online during that point. I spoke to him yesterday and said, look, I'm in the top 8. I would love to try and win it this time in person. But he made a joke, Mike. Look, he said, I've not got the reactions anymore that, you know, that these new guys do have, which have come into the league.
I don't know. I was there for the regular season. He definitely was talking to himself. There's a little bit back and forth. The table was shaking in moments. So I still think he's got something left in the tank. And the reality is he's sort of been Mr. USA. We've never had a more accomplished player winning E-Champions League. Will forever be ingrained on the trophies. I still remember him going out there and hoisting the E-Champions League at the Champions League and also taking home a 6-figure payday.
Loads of people love coming on the stream as well. We keep seeing people pop in. They're saying hello. If you notice them better than us at home in the Twitch chat, please let us know. This is our other game that is taking place. There's one on your left now, Mike. Oh, he's gone. Who is coming up next in our second quarterfinal game? We are waiting to get these matches kicked off. Yuval against Thiago Capo. It was a late change to their roster, New York City FC. Yuval came in. He was probably jet lagged. He came the night before. he didn't have the most polished group performances, but look, he squeezed into that 4th spot by 3 points. He just about got in there.
He got himself out of having to deal with the play-in, which you don't want that risk. And then Thiago Capo looked good in the early stages, both days. And, of course, he was able to get the job done against Lou. It did take extra time. But, again, it's a reset today. Everything starts from beginning stages or starts 0-0 or whatnot. And it's a matter of can you produce your best form on the biggest stage in front of the biggest audience and with a lot of people in-house. And it's still pumping. I'm telling you, there's a line outside. I don't know what capacity is, but we're not far from it.
I think the only thing that needs to be pumping, Mike, is the air conditioning in this building. It's,
if Brandon starts sweating, I expect the Twitch comments or the Twitch chat to erupt.
Just expect there to be an outfit change in about 15 minutes' time. Right, I'm looking across. Codes have been sent. And we're trying to get these games underway. Thiago Capo.
Oh, you see that? Thiago got some people in-house.
He is one of the most, I'd say, enthusiastic players we've had here at eMLS Cup. Yesterday when he was able to qualify, he was 3 points away. He was the player that was actually just behind Yuval in terms of taking his top 4 spot. They did play in the group stages. Yuval did beat him, and he feels like he's got a bit of a point to prove in this game.
And he might have some real fans here as well. He goes to school on the East Coast. He represents Philly. That's not a long trip. You can catch a train here and be here in no rush. Not an extracurricular. You can do it last minute. Because you heard when we had him on screens, some cheering, some applauding, so just let him get going.
He is locked in and ready to go. And what a chance it is for him to get his revenge this time round as we are looking to kick off the eMLS Cup. Remember at home, if you have just tuned in, this is what you can get your hands on if you do tune in long enough to the eMLS Cup. A 75+ player pick for watching for 15 minutes. And if you do tune in for 60 minutes, you can get a Prime Gold Players Pack. For birthday, I'm sure we'll be releasing some more items in just a few hours' time. Why not pre-stack the club and who knows what might come your way. Did you get any foot birthdays in the last week?
I've gotten quite a few. I think I've picked up now 7 or 8, so I've been on some movements. I've already got packs stacked, as you're liking to say. I'm going to add these in as well. I'm signed in. I'm locked in right here. Got the laptop out.
Keep in mind as well, you can watch all the action across multiple channels here at the eMLS. You've got the main broadcast on Twitch TV/MLS, where you're watching now if you are tuning in to the EA Sports FC feed. You've got eMLS 2, where you can just see gameplay only. You don't have to listen to the voices of myself and Mike. Or you can go to eMLS 3 for Yuval against Thiago Capo. Again, just a pure gameplay only stream there. We are seeing some codes being sent. And we will get these matches underway. I hope they do, Mike, because it is getting hot. It's getting very hot in this building. Remember, our next 2 games following this one as well, we will be seeing former winners, former champions involved in the eMLS Cup going head-to-head. Redlac takes on K1 John. Redlac, brand new to eMLS this year. He has played superbly well. He came second in the group standings. And then 2 household names. Paolo Neto will take on Didi Chris Lito.
Got to have those circled on the calendar. You can't miss those in action. It would be another crazy story if Paolo was somehow able to add to his eMLS stardom or his achievement list, another trophy for the books.
Right, we're jumping in now. Headsets are going on. I think we're kicking off with Yuval against Thiago Capo as our first matchup. We will have 2 games at the same time here at eMLS Cup. Let us know who you are backing at home to come out on top in this year's competition. $20,000 on the line. And more importantly, 2 spots to the eMLS Cup via the FC Pro World Championships.
And we talked about Thiago a little bit. This is that moment in his career. If he can get past the first round and actually start to build some momentum for eMLS. Can he get himself into a final? Can he maybe win a final? And then for Yuval, came in last minute, as you mentioned, took that flight, no questions asked, got the text, said, I'm ready. He's also had to use PH Zin's team from before. He's kind of inherited this team.
He had no involvement, did he, in the team?
Yeah, he inherited, because the teams were already locked in, so he inherited the team, and he's been able to run with it. He finished 4th, which is quite impressive. Comes in with a big reputation. We've seen him on the international stage on multiple occasions.
I mean, it's a different team as well. In case you didn't see the draft requirements for this, 8 million coin budget, 8 icons have to feature that have had involvement in the MLS to some capacity.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about
players. Look, this is the team he's using. He's probably come off the back of using Team of the Year Virgil van Dijk and X, Y, and Z. He's come into using Nesta in the Amsterdam.
Yeah, why would you say a lot of the competitors aren't using Messi, which is going to be a specific way that you want to play the game. The same with having Didier Drogba is not always going to be in squads. And you have to get used to the way these guys move, some of the animations, the knockdowns, the spacing, even the roles. You're dealing with chemistry. There's a lot of facets that come into building the best team for your gameplay.
And on the opposite side of things, Thiago Capo, that's his team there. There's been a lot of love for Tim Howard, in fact. I mean, there's only 2 real goalkeepers you can use. It's Berkey from St. Louis or a fantasy Tim Howard. We are going into game. We appreciate your patience at home as we kick off our eMLS Cup in our first quarter-final game. As we said, they have played before, these two. It was Yuval that was able to snatch an all-important result just yesterday. Let's see how this one's going to go. New York City FC, they have been champions before. Back in 2021, where Didi Crislito was able to take his team to victory there. Let's see how Yuval's going to kick off on our main stage now. One of the first real chances of the game. Play a lot there, blocked.
Thiago had to have that. You see some early addition of the player lock, looking for the pass across, 1-2, in behind, space, executing. There's going to be a lot of goals. If this game resembles anything from what we've seen in the regular season, do not expect this to be low scoring. It won't be that type of cagey affair.
Well, here comes Yuval now. Alphonso Davies finding the feet of Dropper! And it didn't take him long, did it? He might be new to eMLS, but he is very much looking comfortable.
And if you're a Thiago fan, you don't like that beginning. 2 attacks, Yuval looking dangerous on both. You see the step overs, gets in behind, pulls it back. Drogba steps up to the spot. Never going to have an issue with finishing. Clinical as could be 6 minutes in.
I mean, it really has been all Yuval so far in this game. Thiago Capo spoke to him yesterday, said, look, I've been in this league for 3 years now. I feel like the hard work that I've really put in the last 12 months has started to pay off for me. Chance, Pele, can he angle it onto his right boot? I mean, Pele's a conversation itself, Mike. He is... Hello, Travella. Saved by Berkey out for a corner. I mean, Pele is a very expensive player to fit in your 8 million coins. He's near enough half the budget, if not more.
He is a special individual, though. I don't want to knock it. If you can afford him, if you think you can build a team around him, offensively, gifted and talented, you're going to see him in action with quite a few of the competitors that are left in the competition. So it's kind of a matter of balance. Are you trying to be front-running with maybe your favorite attacker, or are you going to build something a little more well-rounded?
Cruyff looking to pull away from Cole. This can get dangerous now for Thiago Capo as Yuval's looking to run forward. Look at the space there to turn and to finish. He's offside, but just offside.
And I'll tell you what, Yuval, I think, hesitated just slightly. He was surprised that Thiago opened that up for him, and it made it where it was an offside. He had the drop-off for at least a half second. So much around FC at a high level is going to be your cadence, avoiding mistakes, but also setting up the timing of the overlapping runs and finding key spaces and key moments.
In these first 12 minutes, Mike, he just hasn't looked confident at all, Thiago. It seems very negative in how he's playing. He's not been able to hold on to the ball at all. And for these first 12 minutes, I feel like 10 of the in-game minutes has been Yuval in possession.
You're going to see that attempted a lot. First time, chip through balls in general to try to get in behind to beat that back line, maybe an offside trap.
Davies again, all the traffic coming down this left-hand side. So quick, so fast, ball across the box, surely he's just off again. But another day, it could be 2 or 3-0.
Yeah, if anything, Thiago should use these as warning signs. He needs to get it going. He needs to get it flowing. Having a lot of trouble building up out of the back.
He's offside, Keane. I mean, if you can stop Pele having really any sort of involvement in this team, you're going to be on your way to basically dealing with any threat that keeps coming. Lionel Messi. He's not been in everyone's team, but he's in Yuval's team. Messi still looking to try and build his way in. Step overs are beautiful, goes for the finish, which seems scuffed.
And Brandon, it's been an onslaught on the offensive end. The big concern is not a matter if Thiago can create something, it's can you stop Yuval from scoring?
Well, King, you know what he's got in his locker, a finesse plus play style, which, to be fair to Yuval, he hasn't got any finesse plus play styles in that roster, Mike, in terms of his final three. I spoke to him yesterday, he said, look, I mean, he didn't really have a choice, to be honest. He's just been given this team as he's come in, but he's had to make a deal with it. He's had no option to finesse. He's had to try and break through like this. Is Alphonso Davies. Should get an easy tap in, but puts it wide.
It's a little game of cat and mouse there. You might ask at home, what happened? He broke through, expected the goalkeeper to move. It doesn't move. He stays central, doesn't know what to do with it. It gets blocked. There's a weird rebound. Timmy Howard with a great save. And nothing comes from it, and he misses the follow-up.
How is he not 2 or 3 goals up at this point?
I'm telling you, Thiago's got to feel blessed right now. Has not played well. Really struggled to get out of the back.
And still so in this game, though, is Thiago Capo. Hasn't been in the box yet.
I always talk about it, but FC will keep you humble. And I'll tell you what, if Thiago can make something, you've all start second-guessing if it's just one of those games.
Cruyff. Able to find Davies again. He is an absolute monster on that left-hand side. Fantasy item. 98 pace on him. With a rapid play style. No wonder he has been a really popular pick. And for the players who didn't use him in the eMLS Cup, they've really regretted that choice and wish that they put the coins into the Canadian midfielder. Here comes Ashley Cole now. Thiago Capo. Can he find a cutback? And that is sometimes how FC goes. That's his first chance. That's his first opportunity.
It was a perfect player lock as well. If you're not familiar, you can move multiple players simultaneously. You can do it manually. It didn't really come off clean. It was a little scuffed. And it might have thrown off Yuval on the defensive end, but he gets a perfect layoff, top of the box. Always going to tap it home. And we talked about it, but FC will keep you humble. It's against the run of play. It's 1-1. And if anything, you give yourself a little extracurricular, some momentum you can build on.
I mean, sometimes, really, that is how FC 25 will go. First shot of the game, Thiago Capo. He will not complain of that, but for you, Val, he'll be thinking, how on earth have I not pulled away? Maybe he can now. Yep, standing strong.
And you might be able to hear it in the crowd. I don't know if it's coming across, but there's claps, there's applause. People want to see Thiago make something happen here.
How's that goal giving him some confidence now to drive on through? Here's Lampard. Trevella Green! Ooh. It was one of those situations, Mike. He got through on goal, and I was thinking, what's Frank Lampard going to do from here? Because I don't know if he's got the legs on him to pull away from the defender.
He's playing himself into the game. A little bit of a late dive as well. We see those go in time and time again.
Narita. Finesse! Oh! Thiago Capo!
And look at Thiago go, a little work this way and that way, a ball roll, swinging his hips. And you got to play on the defensive end a bit of what do you want to take away? The finesse shot, the trivela, the extra pass, and move and groove. And this is completely against the run of play. We talked about how it can work sometimes. Thiago was against it first 20, 25 minutes, but he's had that resurgence. Confidence looking a little bit better on the up and up.
Not bad as well, Mike, for a player that cost 15,000 coins in Alexandru Matrita. An 87 rated Team of the Week goal player.
The speed of play is a little quicker. The passing a little more precise. Thiago working that imagination.
And suddenly, that first goal he scored has given him all the confidence, and this game is flipped on its head. Keep an eye on that through ball on the far-hand side if he wants to find it. Finds the feet of Frank Lampard. Is it a case of now trying to work it into the box? Goes for the shots! And once again, we're all square.
Beautiful, easy space for Yuval. Steps into that space, of course. Frankie Lampard, cross the body, green time finish. Again, Thiago on the defensive end. You're put in a position where you have to kind of pick and choose. What do you want to take away? You hope for a save maybe from the keeper. It doesn't happen. And it puts Yuval right back in it. I told you there'd be goals. I'm not just selling fallacies here. I'm telling truths. I'm telling you, there's not a lot of clean sheets in FC 25.
Should have seen some of the scores we saw in the group stages yesterday and the day before. We had 8 sevens, 5 4s, 7 nils. It's been goals galore here in New York. If you have just tuned in, this is the eMLS Cup. Final 8 unfolding here, live from the Whitney, the Museum of Art in New York. Someone will be picking up $20,000 today, and 2 players will be booking a spot to the FC Pro World Championships. Dropa able to find Cruyff, who will step over his way into the pocket of space. Hullet off the post, and eventually goes for a goal kick.
Dangerous in the back. You have to think that Yuval's always scoring that 9 out of 10 times, maybe even a little bit of a higher percentage. The post was with Thiago. Even the clearance, shaky at best.
I love the idea of the build-up there, but Keane was just a little too slow off the mark. I mean, Lionel Messi has got 5 different items on FC 25, but not that many players have deemed that usable. Here is Messi with that wonderful left boot. Is he going to angle it up? Instead tries to manoeuvre his way into the box. And I think the problem he had there, Mike, is that there's no finesse plus play style on a Lionel Messi, and in that moment you need it on the left foot.
I mean, in a perfect world, maybe you keep that. He's got that technical. He can scoot and boot and give you a little bit of those almost messy movements that are just special to him.
He's got the dribbling, isn't it? It's like Ronaldinho. It's those custom animations.
You get an extra touch. It's just an extra little half touch, and it's a matter of you utilize. It's easy for us sitting here. You know, we got 20/20 vision. Hey, shouldn't have passed it. Just keep it with Messi and let him work. But he's putting pressure on him, and you know, as we sort of built early on, these games are going to be close. They're going to be tight. They're going to be a lot of goals. 2-2, anyone to play for. And if anyone, Thiago, I think, has got to be happier with that. Didn't make a lot of chances. Started the game a little off-putting. Couldn't find the right cadence. Didn't have that build-up. There wasn't a rhythm to his game. But here we are, and you get a refresher. Phone home, call the coach. I don't know, get on Discord. Talk to somebody, send some text messages.
I would love to see Mike Lavelle, the XG at half-time for Yuval, but he's sitting there. He scored he scored 2 goals, thinking, probably should have scored 6 goals.
I was going to say a safe 5. A safe 5 in terms of what he had. A couple player locks that didn't bounce in the right direction, maybe not favorable animations. He hit the post once from Ruud Gullit from maybe 7-8 yards out. Should have passed when he shot, should have shot when he passed, but he's in the right places every single attack. And you got to think for Thiago, his offense got to be a lot better because I don't know if his defense is going to be able to stop Yuval.
Well, back on the way here for our first quarter-final at the eMLS Cup. Two-two. Winner of this game will play the winner of Gibaros or Rastarata in the semi-final, but more importantly, a spot for the FC Pro World Championships. Which I have to say, last year, the 2 players that did come from the eMLS had an unbelievable run. Jafondo got himself a top 4. K1 John got himself a top 8.
And you've seen a little bit of a higher press here from Thiago. First half, we didn't see this type of maybe 50-50 pressure. Will be space in behind if Yuval can break through.
Speaking of Yuval breaking through, here could be that chance now. Davies, couple of step overs. Waiting for the right option. Can Lampard turn? Fortunately. Wins a free kick? No, referee plays on. We know how dangerous free kicks are this year if that was to have gone Yuval's way. And a chance to counter-attack. Now, what a free ball that is. Is Pele onside? I think he is! Went for a chip. Keeper just about did enough.
Oh, Thiago has to have that back, or he'd love to have it back. Maybe a half-step, finesse shot, even a little Trivella. You might have been able to walk it around the goalkeeper. The chip kind of hits off the goalkeeper. The spacing's not quite right. Well done from Yuval to bring him out.
Thiago Capo there.
Those are the chances, though, if you're a fan of Thiago Capo, has to finish. Got to be able to convert. Can't trade opportunities with Yuval because he's been making them in hefty amounts.
You also can't forget that Yuval, it sort of goes under the radar. He was the runner-up at the World Championships last year, losing to Anders Vergang in the final, but was still the 2nd best player in the world off that performance. There's Gullit in the air, extra pass. What a save from Tim Howard.
Wow.
Yuval just still scratching his head, thinking, what have I got to do to find the back of the net?
And we circle that as just good fortune. What a save. I mean, Yuval does everything right there. Finds the right matchup, knocks it down, the extra pass, point blank period for the finish. Doesn't pick out a corner in all fairness, but any different day of the week, you're converting from there. And that's been the story for Yuval. How many, Brandon? 4, 5, 6 chances now?
10.
10. We need some stats. We need some metrics.
We do. We need to back up the stats that Yuval's had. He won't want to see them if he doesn't get a result from this game. It's straight knockout here, eMLS Cup. Has he got the legs, Ashley Cole, to pull away from Carter Burton? No, he doesn't.
And to your point, this is where we talk about the team building. He doesn't have the finesse shot, doesn't really have the trivela. Nothing from outside the box. You don't have that fear factor. Well, we've seen Thiago already take a couple trivelas from way deep. A little warning sign. We saw him score a finesse shot already. Sometimes you just need that threat that it's possible. It could happen.
Oh, it's a brilliant through ball. It's all about just having loads of different options in your arsenal. Keep an eye on that back post there. Alphonso Davies, I know the chance is screaming forward from Frank Lampard, who gets stopped in his tracks. Robbie Keane is onside.
You brought it up early, but when Thiago goes forward, it's all going to be through Pele. At some point, at some time, he's trying to isolate Pele at any given moment. That is his opportunity. That is his matchup.
Alphonso Davies having so much joy. Cruyff! And eventually, Yuval will say that is justice.
And it's the resourcefulness. You just see the not only the quick turns, but the triggering of the runs. There are so many players moving forward, and they're moving forward rapidly. They're decisive. They have an agenda.
And every time, Mike, it comes down the left-hand side. It's Alphonso Davies just pulling the right back out and then trying to find a passage of play to work the ball inside.
And it doesn't feel like a matter of if, it's a matter of when. When is he going to break through? When is he going to find that extra pass? When is he going to find that space? He's got enough ingenuity to bring it together. We have a first pause cued. You might see a formation swap, definitely some substitutions. Yuval's had the vision. If anything, the one place he's been lacking is the finishing. It has not been clinical.
We can just see on screen there, Guevaras against Rastarata. That game has not kicked off yet. There's been a few technical issues that we're trying to smooth out. But for those two players, Mike, they're sitting there. They've been there for about 20, 30 minutes now, just desperate to get playing, desperate to get going. They must be feeling a little bit frustrated.
And they're watching this one closely. Of course, this will be their next opposition, winner of this matchup. And you're one game closer to finalizing your spot, not only in the money, but also for the finals at the end of the year.
Yeah, 2 World Championship tickets on the line. First FC Pro. Final that will unfold. As it currently stands, Yuval is heading towards a semi-final, where he will be playing Guevaras or Rastarata. Different change of approach now for Yuval, which could cost him. Big tackle from Jaap Stam, but possession back in the hands of Thiago Capo.
And you took the words out of my mouth. He's slowing down the game a little bit. A couple more passes. I don't know if I love it. It's a little too early, in my opinion. A little too early.
9.5 halves as well, Mike. It's a long old time, 20 minutes.
And offensively, he's been so consistent with getting the ball into the final third, or at least in those key attacking places. So even if you lose the ball there, it's not an instant counterattack. This holding out of the back we haven't seen all game long. Or these switches of the pitch.
Well, it's a very different front three from Thiago Capo. He's got so many options, from trivelas to finesses to team of the year Pele, just to name a few of them. He will get a chance. There will be plenty of chance in these last 50 minutes. You saw how rapid and frantic this game was in the first 20 minutes. There's a trivela, which unfortunately is way off the mark.
And if you've been watching Yuval's gameplay, not just today, but earlier in the competition, he's not scoring a bunch of them. I think he's already had the reality, or maybe this mental switch off, saying this is not going to be part of my game plan with this team. I'm not really going to attempt them, even if I have players that can do it.
Back to you, Thiago. Pull himself back into this game. Will we be on for our first extra time, maybe? of the eMLS Cup. Nesta.
Oh.
That's very brave and very well done by Yuval.
The coaching staff would not be happy with that. That's a no, 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 yes moment. And you see, again, Yuval slowing it down a little bit, trying to hold us some more possession. If anything's been reliable, it has been Davies down the wing. He's got to be careful, though. Like you talked about with those extended halves. A lot more time to work with.
There are 4 heroes that need to feature within the squad. Players that have featured, coached, or been part of the MLS in previous years. Into his final 10 minutes to keep his eMLS Cup dream alive, Thiago Capo. That's going to fall kindly to Pele. Unfortunately for the goal scorer, Matrita just dispossessed there. Chance to break now. One more goal would probably solidify it for Yuval. 2 goals with not that much time left, and you're already seeing the change of approach that Yuval's having. He's happy to take time out of the game. He's an experienced player. He's been to FC Pro World Championships. He had success last year in the Portuguese League where he was able to perform well there. Alphonso Davies tries to sprint boost away past Yapstam, and there will be another attack.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't want to jinx him, but that was a more clever way of having some game management. Middle of the pitch, offensive end. It allows you to get all your players back. So if Thiago's going to create something, he's going to have to do something magical.
Alphonso Davies, that stamina bar is draining, but Drogba's waiting. Does he go on his own? He does. Was it the right decision? Drogba should tap it in. Tim Howard really is the hero.
I'll tell you, Brandon, this weekend I'm making a change. Timmy's coming in.
What Tim Howard is that? I mean, I think it's his fantasy, but he's been playing out of his skin. It's been ridiculous.
Started at the New York Red Bulls. Of course, most of us know him from Premier League with United and then Everton. And this game, he has been the man of the match.
The funny part is as well, Mike, we're going to get out of this game. Yuval's going to sit there and think,
what I got to do to beat Timmy? I don't want to play against Timmy.
This shouldn't have been as hard as it was. Credit where it's due to Thiago, who was so clinical of his few chances that he has had.
Oh, perfect.
But another day, Yuval should have been able to grab at least 4 or 5 from this game. Added time of 1 minute, it looks like we're going to find our first semi-finalist here at eMLS Cup. Commiserations to Thiago Capo, but it will be New York City FC and their pro Yuval, who will move into the next stage of the competition. He is in the semi-finals, but by God, Mike, he made it look harder than it needed to be.
I don't know if it just got hot in here or I'm sweating more or what happened. I think it might have been the matchup. The amount of goals that could have had.
It should have had 5 or 6, shouldn't it, for Yuval?
I think minimum.
Well, there we go. That's our first quarter-final done. We're going to queue up our next games here at eMLS Cup. And next up, you can just see Red Lac will be taking on K1 John after this.
You ready? MLS is game on. Dochi? On. Stars on.
Kevin Sullivan, the history maker.
30,000 friends? On. Rivalries on.
Versus New York City.
MLS, this is our soccer. Game on.
know I'm really attractive. I'm hanging on like a fridge to a magnet. A jigsaw with all the right pieces. You and me, we go good together. You and I go good together. You and I, we go good together. We go good together.
The Whitney isn't just a museum, it's an NYC vibe. A place to meet friends, hang out, dance, and experience art and culture. It doesn't matter what you're into, fashion, sports, or making art. We've got you covered. The best part? The Whitney is free during Free Friday nights and free second Sundays, and every day if you're 25 and under. While you're here, enjoy views on our terraces. There's nowhere like the Whitney, and you get to be a part of it.
They say your 30s are better than your 20s. Well, if that's the case, then MLS is going to be better than ever. You see, 30 years ago, a league was born. A vision took shape.
Welcome to Major League Soccer.
Giving us 3 decades of heart-stopping, historic moments.
And the Valderrama. Oh, yes! What an atmosphere we've got here in Toronto. MLS is here.
Thierry brings it down. Fires! Yes! Please welcome the world's number 10, Lionel Messi!
Messi! Spectacular!
And now, as we celebrate the past, a new era begins. As we welcome the league's 30th club.
The start of something special for Major League Soccer.
We couldn't be more excited about our 30th team being in San Diego.
Bringing a new city, new life, new rivalries to this league. Get ready for a season like no other.
Some fireworks and more!
More stars, more drama, and now, more prime time.
What a game on the way tonight.
For the first time ever, the biggest match of the week will take center stage on Sunday Night Soccer.
MLS headliners about to go head-to-head here tonight.
Tonight isn't just the start of the season. Tonight is 30 years in the making.
Maybe we really haven't seen MLS like this before.
So welcome to the next chapter of Major League Soccer. Welcome to Sunday Night Soccer.
Well, welcome back to New York City, but more importantly to eMLS Cup. The final stages are being played here inside the Whitney Museum of Art. A $50,000 FC25 competition. Myself, Brandon Smith, and the main man himself, the man from this city, Mike
up, it's hot.
is with us. We've only seen one quarterfinal so far. There is still 3 to come, but I mean, we can only hope we get more games like that, or maybe more goals, actually, I should say. There was a great chance in that game. There could have been a lot more goals. In case you missed what happened, this is how the game went down. I mean, it was a 3-2 win, but it should have been a 6-2 win, really.
Let's review. I have a lay of the land. Drogba steps through. Beautiful way to kind of set the tone from Yuval, and you're not going to see it, but there was a lot of misses before Thiago had that answer. We thought it might be a runaway. It didn't end up that way whatsoever. Looking for options. Ball roll, opens up the body. Finesse shot, time green. Top corner is the best corner, but almost an instant reply from Yuval. A lot of space to work with. Frankie Lampard, route one, takes it forward across the body. Green is better.
And then we jumped into the second half, and then this is what came. Tim Howard couldn't stop that one from Johan Cruyff. But there was moments, there was chances,
Woo!
There was some ridiculous saves from Tim Howard. Look at those.
I need a Timmy counter on how many saves he had in that game. It was impressive.
He was ridiculous. That is the bracket as it currently stands here on our eMLS Cup journey. Remember, we will be seeing Gabaris against Rastarata a little bit later on, but for now, we're actually going to turn our attentions to the opposite side of the bracket, and we're going to go and see 2 players who've had very different stories when it comes to eMLS Cup. You've got Redlac of Toronto. It's his first time playing in this league. He was in the E-Premier League last year. And then K1 John, a runner-up last year, came second, qualified for the World Championships. That one is going to be our next quarter-final, Mike.
And they had a close affair as well in the regular season. It's going to be one of those matchups where, again, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I just can't see even 3-2s on the agenda today. You know, I sent out a bunch of calendar invites, and the RSVPs came back with a lot of goals. Stumbled through that, but there's a lot happening here. You can kind of get an idea how their games have gone throughout the regular season. 30 points for Red Lag, 19 for K1 John. Of course, Red Lag finished second in eMLS. 34 goal difference and plenty of goals for both of these individuals. So I just can't see this being a low-scoring affair.
Well, K1 John, as we said last year, he got top 2 in this competition. He lost to Jafonzo, and then he went to the World Championships in Berlin a few months later, and he lost to Jafonzo again in the quarterfinals. He'll be happy this year that Jafonzo isn't in eMLS Cup, but who stands in front of him is another really good player, Red Lag. Forget the world rankings, forget what it says. People say that sometimes they treat him too much like a content creator. He has really put on an incredible performance across the last 2 days.
And that was a lot of the team talks that I was hearing behind the scenes a little bit throughout the regular season, that he's just not a content creator. Just because he does YouTube or he does shorts and this and that, he's part of that RB Leipzig and Red Bull Gaming programming, that foundation, obviously joining Toronto FC for eMLS, and he's got all the accountability you could ask for, the resources you could ask for, the ability you could ask for, and he was saying, put some respect on my name.
I mean, when you're in the same team, Mike, as all of those winners as well, it makes you want to compete. It makes you want to win.
And you often get overshadowed because he's teaming up with Gibaros. He's teaming up with Umit, world champion. He's teaming up with Anders, world champion. And sometimes you don't realize, even if maybe he's the third or the fourth guy on that list, if you're thinking of favoritism or result, it's still one of the best players that we have in the world.
Yep.
And he's on a mission to establish that today in eMLS.
And look, in past years when he's played in other FC Pro part of the league, such as the Premier League, he's had good run-ins there. He's had top 8 finishes before. He did finish second in the group standings. He only lost to the likes of Gibaros, who was unbeaten, 13 games unbeaten.
And let's talk K1 John. This is no slouch. Last year we saw him in the finals. We've seen him in international competitions. He's been able to make real pushers. He's had an agenda. He's not someone who doesn't travel well. He's fresh into the scene as well. He's only really been active the last couple years.
Do you remember in London a few years ago, Mike, playoffs? K1 John was there. No one knew about K1 John. No one knew who he was. Next, you know, qualifies for a world championship in his first year. Year after that, plays eMLS, qualifies for another world championship.
That's all I'm saying. He's not the most outspoken. He's not going to make a bunch of noise. He's not going to give you those polarizing interviews of statements everywhere. But he gets the job done time and time again. He's been consistent, and he's had a short career thus far. He's still hungry for it.
This year as well, he left into Miami, now plays for St. Louis City, who have been champions before, the likes of Nicholas Razek, and there is one happy mascot in the building. He is the New York Red Bulls mascot in the building. I mean, I'm sure you've had many encounters with him before. Was it Bully?
It's a new addition here with the New York Red Bulls this season, actually, with I mean, he's coming in with injury. I think we're getting dance moves. This room could get weird. I know he's hot in there. That's all I can say. I know he's hot in there.
He must be very hot in there. Well, if you are wondering where we are today, where we are broadcasting from, we are here inside with the Whitney, the Museum of Art. And here's a little video to tell you a little bit more about the museum.
I think how often the Whitney changes the themes throughout the floors is a big part of why I like coming here. I think it embodies really like the New York kind of spirit, always changing and adjusting and adapting over time.
On the 8th floor, I believe there was jazz. On the 1st floor, there was dancing. So it's a lot more than just the artwork. There are very much performances going on. And then if you step outside, there's like terraces and you can enjoy the skyline.
Honestly, it's for free. So I'm a Baroque college student. I need to like find things that are for free.
I think a lot of young people, I don't think they know you can just go to a museum just because.
With the rising cost of living, free third spaces and areas where New Yorkers can explore arts and culture, keep New York what it is.
It's incredibly hard to go anywhere in New York and not spend $30 to $40. And so the idea of being able to come to this museum that has such an incredible culture and so much to do, so much to see, I think it's really nice to be able to come here and experience all of this for free.
Well, that is the Whitney, the Museum of Art, where we are inside today for the eMLS Cup. The first ever time it is hosted an event like this. And again, it's one of the must-see attractions here in New York City. And you can visit for free every Friday between 5 to 10 p.m. and on every second Sunday of the month. So if you're in town, come down to the Whitney and check out some of the fantastic art on display. If you're in New York now, come down and check out the eMLS Cup because we're going to be live for the next few hours. We haven't kicked off quarterfinal 2 yet. We are waiting to see how this one will unfold. I'm hearing that the game is going to be ready, and we're on to the opposite side of the bracket. It's K1 John against Red Lac. It's Toronto against St. Louis FC. K1 John, forget the handshakes for now. Let's get these games underway.
The pre-handshakes, and of course there'll be something in the post-game. We do love some good sportsmanship, though.
Well, that's Coach Kaku as well there you are seeing, who's flown all the way in from Brazil. To coach his good friend K1 John. Just having a little look here. You said they played before. It was an 8-6 game. They played in round 12. They played yesterday, Mike, the two players, K1 John and Red Lac. And look.
I watched it. I got the complete game.
There's 14 goals in that game.
I'm telling you, neither of them are playing that much defense. It's going to be a goals galore. If it resembles anything from the regular season, that's what I'm predicting. That's what I'm standing by. I'm not here for defensive showdowns. I want everything you're giving me. Give me some imagination, some inspiration. Be inventive. I like a little originality.
Here we go. We're loaded in to our second quarterfinal here at eMLS Cup. Who is going to be the first player to get onto the right side of our semi-final bracket? As Toronto FC take on St. Louis City, who have been former champions before here. It wasn't last year, it was the year before. Could be the first chance of the game going towards Red Lac. Brilliant build-up. Redondo couldn't find the extra pass he was looking for. That is the FC Pro Lovium of Redondo. That was actually being used by Facu Cumming, the Argentine, who featured another FC Pro Open this year.
And you get a teaser there from K1 John with the 4-2-1-3 formation, just the counter-attacking options that will be available when you get a stop.
K1 John, your turn to have your first attack in this quarterfinal. Lofted in deep towards Gomez at the back post. Can Joel Cole turn? No, he can't. A chance to break away, but as you were saying, it does feel like he has a point to prove, Red Lac, this time. I mean, there's a big responsibility he's put on his shoulders, hasn't he? You go to a brand new league for a brand new team. There's expectations there, and so far he's delivered.
At the end of the day, the first couple of days were to get here. Put yourself into the mix. Give yourself a chance to win something big. You know, go home with some extra cash. Have everything set up for the finals later in the year. You might even be able to take a little bit of a holiday if you want to break.
I mean, Mike, you always say about it, and it could not be any truer. You get into the World Championships, it changes everything. It does, in terms of you get a new contract, you get years potentially of more time in the space.
I was going to even take it further, as you kind of stated a little bit. I don't think it's a single-year deal. You get yourself into the finals, new partnership, new opportunity, new brands, new sponsors, new legacy movements, big claims, big accolades. It's getting dangerous here. Final third. Big step from Yapstam.
Well, there's only 32 players as well that can get to the World Championships. 20 of them will come from FC Pro partnered leagues. And it was only what feels like a few weeks ago where 8 players qualified from the FC Pro Open, the likes of Abu Mak and Nicholas Jafonzo. All Brunners. Red Lac comes forward with Joe Cole. Oh.
You see the release, you see the celebration, little Flappy Bird action, a lot of space to work with. There's the Trivella, green time finish. Goalkeeper out of position, can't do anything about it. Joe Cole's been a constant for a reason, and that's one of those reasons. Not just the footwork, but he's able to score those Trivellas. No questions asked.
Well then, first time on main stage, first time in the States playing in the eMLS, and at the moment he is making it look quite routine. K1 John won 7-0 in his playing round game yesterday because he wasn't in the top 4 in the standings. He had to go to a playing round, he had to play against a good friend, King CJ, and it was not an enjoyable result for King CJ, to say the least. It was a 7-0 result that went in the way of the runner-up of last year's tournament, who will feel like he's got unfinished business in this. It's all coming down this right-hand side, isn't it? Through the goal scorer of Joe Cole. Have to find Pele, who can't win a corner. It goes out for a goal kick in the end.
And to some degree similar to what we saw with Thiago, if you're using Pele, you want him to touch the ball as much as possible. Give him an opportunity to show you something, whether that's a little moment of creativity, a quick turn, an extra pass, just to win those matchups.
Kaka Davies, here comes K1 John now. Can he work the ball into the box? Yes, he can! Off the post! You think when the ball falls to Robbie Keane, it's normally a finesse you're expecting. But even in that sort of area, you're expecting to find the back of the net, off the post, and no way through.
I mean, that build-up, exceptional. Quick passing, tiki-taka, extra drop-off. Something memorable. Would have been a goal that was on repeat, no doubt about it.
Thinking Joe Cole, when did he actually feature in the States? He actually finished his career there. Tampa Bay Rowdies from 2016 to 2018 is why he is an eligible pick in this draft requirement. But there are some incredible stories of players that have come over to MLS or started their career, finished their career in North America. Speaking of Joe Cole, just trying to shift it on the left hand, but you wouldn't believe Pele's in this team, would you, Mike? We haven't seen him so far 26 minutes into this game. Speaking of Pele, let's see him now. Quite isolated on this right-hand side. You want him a little bit more central. Redondo. Lampard into Keane. He tried to angle up a potential finesse, and it just wouldn't come.
Tried to push it through. It's good defending. K1 John didn't bite on some of the pass move because you're just trying to pull players out of position, even a tad bit. Can you get a new angle? Can you unlock a little bit of space?
Davies. It's an aggressive defensive tackle there from Carlos Alberto, which might cost him his. A fantastic disguised pass. Gomez, Keane, finesse, you know! Well, that's going to end up as soon as the ball falls to him on his right boot.
I mean, it was good defending. It was just better offense. I mean, give you a little bit of the tight touches, cancellations, main line material, give and take, dump offs, stop, pop. Shows you some of that clinical, wait for it, don't rush it, slots at home.
And a very different quarterfinal of this one. We are seeing hugging the touchline is Gomez there. Can we see a similar goal that we just saw? All about trying to get the ball into the feet of Robbie Keane. Can squeeze it through that time.
And you can see Gomez in the lineup. It gives you a nice counter press, a little bit bigger, a little faster, a little stronger. You have the knockdown approach if you want it.
We're just looking here on the side of Redlac, just of his draft that he's chosen. Here's Lampard now. Can he find the likes of Joe Cole waiting on the edge of the box? He has got Matrita on the left-hand side, the team of the week Romanian winger. He hasn't had a touch of the ball yet, to be honest. The ball's never really come his way. He has got a finesse plus play start. The ball's been so much down this side of the pitch, though. There's the play a lot. Can Pele be used? It was just more of a decoy run to allow Cole to have a bit more space. Now it's from this point onwards, how can he work it in? Defended well.
Tried to give a little bit of a turn and burn, but that Davies, he's been prevalent. Not just offensively taking space, but on the defensive end, the chase back. It's pretty elite.
Look at the space again. Joe Cole, no left back inside. If it wasn't for Yapstam being
Redlac wants that back.
Clinical.
Much more margin to work with. Didn't have to claw it so tight.
I'd love to see the heat map at half-time. Ball's just literally just been on.
It's been one side of the pitch for both of them.
It really has been.
They haven't played on the left side at all.
They've got no interest. I mean, don't get me wrong, you get a better camera angle of maybe this side of the pitch. And
I mean, we'll take it. Just no one's touching it. The overlap has always been triggered on one way. And it's kind of a matter of who's going to win those matchups. It's not changing.
It's just a battle between Carlos Alberto, Joe Cole, Alfonso Davies in there, and Ashley Cole. Here's a chance to break away. It's another ridiculous tackle there from Esther. You get that wrong, it's a penalty. 2 minutes away from half-time, still all square. Let's see where this chance will end up, as we can see both games next door to each other. Power shot comes in, blocked by Yapstam, and you have seen, and rightly so, another matchup kickoff. This is quarterfinal 4. This is on the same side of the bracket. You've got Palanetto taking on Beast Up Chris, or known as Diddy Chris Lito. As that one flies into the back of the net. I didn't really know where to look there, Mike. K1 John is in at half-time for 2-1 lead. He was 1-0 down at the start of the game.
Man, bad timing for Redlac there right at halftime. Fantastic for K1 John. A bit of a scrappy goal as well. Bounces around in the box. You kind of win a tackle after losing possession. Not a lot in that first half. And as we talked about, everything's only been down one side of the pitch.
Literally on the last kick of half-time. We have seen that goal fly into the back of the net. Right, let's pay some attention to this game now. Paolo Neto looks to be 1-0 up here with Pele, which he will be. The most successful player in the eMLS history. There's no surprise he's involved in another cup final day.
And that run that we saw from Paolo in eMLS was something else. The man to watch, everybody knew it. Couldn't stop him. Couldn't stand in front of him. Carried over multiple years. Didn't matter the opponent, didn't matter the matchup, didn't matter the form. He always found a way.
I think what's more impressive, Mike, as well, we've seen turnover of pro players that move from club to club, season from season. The commitment that Atlanta United have had with Paolo Neto, but also the success they've got back from him, has been a worthwhile investment. Here is Paolo Neto again.
Yeah, this dates back to Atlanta when Paolo Neto was 16. He wasn't signed. It was for a Foot Champs Cup. As he adds another, why not? Pele steps into it, cross the body, not a problem.
Well, we've been speaking about Pele, haven't we? About his involvement sometimes. He's got under the radar for a few players. He's just scored 2 goals in the last 10 in-game minutes. As there is these 3.5 million coins and near enough half of the budget. But if he's playing like that and he's scoring as frequently as he has been for Paolo Neto, he will not complain of that heavy investment that he's made. Let's jump back across, if we can, to Redlac K1 John. That's 2-1 as it currently stands to K1 John of St. Louis City. They were runners-up. They were champions, 2 years ago. K1 John was a runner-up for Inter Miami. Here's a chance now for him to find a third. He's gone into the box there looking for Joe Cole, and he's never really going to be winning that battle.
And that's an approach you're just not going to see from that many competitors. Almost looking for a knockdown when you send those crosses.
Chance. Redlac. Pele! 2-2.
And that's the value of Pele. That's why you need him in action. You see some of the R1 dribbling, the quick turns with that technical plus. Gives you some separation while still having control.
Well, there is a packed room here at the Whitney. Here's Joe Cole. What a start, what a return over the top, in! Well, how about that for a few in-game minutes from Redlac?
He's turned it up a notch, and it's just by inches as well, Brandon. That's one of those, I didn't know if it had enough. Goalkeeper tracking back, has the right animation. just out of his fingertips.
We've seen Tim Howard as well, Mike, and what he can do. I mean, wasn't involved on that side of the pitch on that occasion. I did want to introduce her before, but I was rudely interrupted by Redlac scoring a third. Kate, she joined us here live in New York. Welcome to the eMLS Cup. I know this is a tournament you've been heavily involved in. I mean, how are you first and foremost, and how much are you looking forward to seeing what unfolds today?
Oh man, I'm feeling so good. It's great to be back in New York. I've been involved in eMLS since 2019. So I've seen quite a lot of amazing talent come through this league, and I'm just happy to be back. And I mean, these first 2 rounds have been really, really entertaining.
Back to you, K1 John. This game is swift and moved. It was 2.5 time for K1 John with the last kick of the game. Redlac has given us a 5 in-game minutes to remember. There's Gerard Keane. Just moving it and recycling it around. It's brilliant FC.
And it's well worked. Got to be said. Turn, turn, turn. Look for a little bit of space. Extra pass, little dump off, and then waits for the finish. So important to have that extra moment to wait just to make sure you get the goalkeeper right.
Who's impressed you most, Case, especially the last 2 days? I know it's easy to go towards Gibaros, but why do you think he's been so convincing?
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because he's new to this league. I think that everyone knew that he had what it takes. He's come in through the South American leagues. We've seen him in Libertadores. He's been fantastic there. But I think he's coming in here with a bit of a chip on his shoulder from a different region. Everyone knows he's just such a solid player, such a good attacker as well. And so I think, you know, people just aren't ready for someone new to come in with such great talent. And obviously he is one of the best players in here.
Oh, Redlac.
Wow.
Again, we cannot count out a player like Redlac.
Wow.
That is ice cold.
Oh, that was
From
nifty,
Alfie
Brendan. That was nifty footwork. The cadence, the composure beats the man. Everyone's thinking, shoot, 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 shoot. Walks it around the goalkeeper and then doesn't go for the direct. He still makes the extra pass.
I don't know what was more cold, the goal or the celebration. He didn't really give us much, did he?
No, he doesn't normally give us too much unless he's actually winning at the end of the game. I spoke to Redlac back in London, and he was feeling good about this competition, and so we were lucky enough to cast with him, so he's done both. He's done the pro side playing in these competitions, and he's just started casting with us. And so it's been a pleasure to see him grow within the scene.
Well, quick update over here. Redlac might be winning over in his game, but what has happened here is not looking great for Didi Chris Lito. We don't know what the red card was for. We don't know much about it. If we can somehow get a replay later on in the show, it would be great to understand what on earth happened. But I mean, is it going to matter? Didi Chris Lito there. I thought we were going to find a 2-2. That's not going to be helpful at all for Chris, Mike.
Absolutely not. Tough position this early.
1 second. K1 John, ball roll the goalkeeper. Tim Howard comes flying out of the goal. I mean, where do we go, Mike? Which game do you want to go to?
The games have opened up. I'm watching both. I got one eye on each.
I don't know which game we want to jump into.
Oh!
Oh, no.
I can't believe it.
On
a rollout, Brandon. K1 John with a rudimentary mistake. I just rushed it.
Didi Chris Lito makes it 2-2.
Red card or not, Brandon, it doesn't matter, I guess.
He's only got 10 players on the pitch. But he doesn't care. I mean, what a set of games.
Oh my goodness, this is so entertaining, and it's interesting because getting a red card in one leg is very, very difficult, but it doesn't seem like it's affecting Chris at all in this quarterfinal game, especially going up against a player like Paulo Neto, previous champion. He doesn't seem phased.
Well, I mean, we may not have 2 quarterfinals at the same time, but I might go back to asking if we can stall them again because there's so much to see.
Can we cue some pauses? Yeah. Cue some pauses. We'll come back to it.
What a game this is. It's a bit of breathing space for Redlac here.
We also don't know if he actually got the red card first because we didn't see the first goal. He might have scored both of those being down a man.
Well, I think the one thing that we did see in that game, Mike, if I can cast my mind back, I think he went 2-0 down. Pele scored both the goals for Paulo Neto. So he was 2-0 down with 10 players on the pitch.
And brought it all the way back.
And now he's at 2-2. Didi Chris Lito, an E-Champions League winner from 2019, a eMLS Cup winner from 2021. Look, this man has been around the block. And look, he might be on for a third now. He's offside. There's another goal in the other game. It is so hard to know where to look. Redlac is not safe. His 2 goal cushion's been halved.
maybe a little too antsy with the goalkeeper. They've been playing aggressive with them. Kelm's out, little ball roll, taps it home, and K1 John's right back in this. And you see he gets that almost an automated pressure right now. He's got his aggression turned up, player matching everywhere. There should be space in behind. It's just a matter if you can find it.
Just keeping an eye on Paolo Neto on the right-hand side of your screen there. He's looking for a chance, but K1 John's going to squeeze it in! Oh, off the post! Paolo Neto does score in the other game.
Oh my goodness.
Honestly, I would love to say let's jump to one game, but it seems impossible.
Leave it here. I'm stressing out.
It seems impossible to know where to look, Case.
Oh my goodness. I will say, watching Paolo Neto here, we just saw him play in the FC Pro Open, and you might look at that group that we saw there, and you might think he didn't do too good. But he actually had a really good performance, really, really tough game. So I think he's coming off of that. He's had a lot of great competition leading into this, and so we're seeing that here.
K1 John, 5-5.
And talk about some mental strength, Brandon, because remember, he went down 5-3, but he handed.
Can we just jump across the right-hand side of the game? That's got to be a goal.
Oh. I was going to say, K1 John handed Redlock that goal. Usually that kills you mentally. Here we go, of course, from a corner kick.
Paolo Neto, bicycle kick with Nesta. Nesta. Let's just put that into the back of the net. He might be on for more, Paolo Neto. Let's jump into this one now. Is he on for a fifth? Towards the back post it will go. And suddenly, it's not looking good at all, is it, for Didi Chris Lito? Only 10 players on the pitch. The fact he got back in the game, Case, is incredible within itself.
Absolutely. I mean, going up against 10 men should seem like an easier task. But we'll see going into the second half. Again, one leg. It does go by pretty quick. They're not playing two legs here. You lose, you're out. All stakes are on the line. And so Chris is going to have to go full out if he wants to somehow bring it back in this game against Paolo Neto.
I never liked being in this position going up against 10, and I know that might sound a little funny, but sometimes I felt more pressure and I rushed my offense. I will say, as Paolo nearly adds another, the red card was so early that Paolo Neto knows he has a lot of time. Usually when you see a red, it's 60th, 70th minute, and you can start to kill off the game. Every attack, you're starting to count those minutes.
It's also the fact you sit there as well, don't you, Mike? And you're thinking, I can't lose to 10 players.
Correct.
Especially
it's
when
in your own
up.
head.
You can't lose 10 players. And you sit there and you're thinking, where is this space on the pitch? As we join the game live now. Redlock goes 6-5 up in this 11-goal thriller. But he's been in this winning position a few times now, and he's not been able to hold on to it. Back to you, K1 John. What reply have you got for us? Or have you got one now? Keane!
Oh, that's his third post, Brandon! Third post in one game!
And he's timed it green. He's done everything right. I feel like this needs extra time.
I think so. I like it. I like it. I will say, there are so many K1 John fans here in the crowd as well.
Oh
He is
my
a
days, you are a brave
massive
man, Redlock! 6-6!
Why? Why dribble with the center back? You have options. Out wide, make the extra pass, play it simple. Worst case, boot it out. You had the goal in hand.
You've got a semi-final spot in your hand, Mike, and you're throwing it away.
You got to make them earn it at least. Gift wrap, and it's not December. Wow.
K1 John, is he on for a last-minute smash and grab? He wasn't in the top four yesterday. He had to go to the playing rounds to get his spot in the eMLS Cup. He was a runner-up last year. He was in the grand final. He knows all about this league. Joe Cole finds the feed. Keane again, stopped in his tracks by Tim Howard. And in comes another corner. Front post, flick on! Didier Drogba with a goal that could be worth a semi-final spot in the eMLS Cup.
And we've seen so many momentum shifts in this matchup in particular, and the crowd's firing off. See him front row. We had K1 with a rollout gone wrong. You had Redlock with a lead, holding the ball with the center back, trying to make quick turns, couldn't avoid a double team. Hands him a refresher on the platter. Appetizer, dinner, dessert, everything there. You thought it might come down to the 90th. We still have time left in this. Redlock with the ball. Corner kicks we know are dangerous. That near post or that front post, we see bicycles, and will be one of many, even if it's not Nesta. I know we talked about that earlier. This case, Didier Drogba climbs the ladder, times the green, back post header. We said there'd be goals. I didn't know about 13 of them.
I mean, this is prime time eMLS Cup, isn't it?
Absolutely. This is exactly what we're here for. Goals, goals galore. And they're making it look pretty as well. And it is interesting. Drogba, we've seen a lot of these squads. I think it's definitely worth the coins because we're seeing how vital he is in those aerial situations. But let's see if Redlac has any last attack here to bring him back into this matchup.
Chance to break away. K1 John, keeper's come flying out. He's just trying to give himself a chance of getting back possession. He's not silly though, K1 John. He's been here in the eMLS a season before last. It's his second time here. Has Redlac got one more roll of the dice for us? Has he got a chance to send himself into extra time? 30 in-game seconds left. Just win the ball once and you're there. Throw-in falls the way again of Toronto. Can he keep possession in? Yes, he can. It's the wrong player in possession. Chance, Pele. Redlac, step overs are brilliant. Chance, Pele!
Brandon, you can't write a better script!
7-0! Extra time will be needed here in New York City. How is that man so cold?
Ooh. Talk about the clutch factor. This is at everything. Players throwing it away, emotions, pop-offs, energy, great goals, poor delivery, finishing, being clinical, late goals, and then even later goals. Extra time, Case wanted it, here it is.
How's he not cracked a smile? How's he not cracked any emotion in that scenario?
He's locked in. He is ready to go into extra time. He needed to do it. He absolutely did it. K1 John, very, very upset, not happy with those last moments of the 90 minutes, but we got a game on our hands, and we are continuing on into extra time.
Well, this was the red card that happened at 2-0 down for Didi Chris Lito. 20 minutes into the game.
Oh.
I mean, look, is he last man?
It's an intentional foul. We've added that into FC 25. Loosey-goosey. It's too early to get down with it. And Paolo's been able to add. I was going to say, if there's one critique to Paolo's game, I don't think it's going to come into play in this matchup. He doesn't do game management. Paolo just constantly goes forward. So you want someone to slow it down. It makes for great entertaining FC 25, but he's just not going to do it. It might not always be the best for him. If anything, he's adding more goals or he's conceding more goals. The Brazilian way.
And unfortunately for Didi Chris Lito, it's just going to be too big of an arse now, Case. Look, it's his 5th season in the eMLS. We love seeing Didi Chris Lito around, one of our favourite personalities in this scene. Look, he's achieved so much, he's won it before. But when you're down to 10 men, at 2-0 down. Yes, I know we got it back to 2-2, but you're asking so much of yourself against a player of Paolo Neto's quality to keep up to that level.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very tough battle here in these last 20 in-game minutes for him. But I will say, it's been a roller coaster of a season for Chris. He started off the year at the FC Pro Open, didn't have a good Swiss stage there, but he's #1 in North America in those online cups for FC Pro. He did really, really well this year, and so he should be proud of his performance. It's tough to go up against a previous champion like Paolo Neto.
Paolo's also a special breed when it comes to eMLS. I mean, the results speak volumes.
Chance to break away. 7-0, in case you haven't seen this game, the winner will be playing Paolo Neto in a semi-final. But not just a semi-final, a chance to qualify for the FC Pro World Championships. You will be playing #9 on the plane of wherever it's going to be hosted this year. And when is the bigger question. I mean, look, it's great that you've got the job done, Case, but you're going to have to wait a long time, aren't you, for the World Championships? It's a catch-22 because you're not going to play in any other competition. You don't qualify for the E-Champions League through this. There's no other sort of international tournament. You're sort of having to really have a bit of discipline from yourself to stay on the ball, to stay practicing continuously for 4, 5, 6 months to be ready for the World Championships.
Yeah, it's also a matter of who are you going to friendly in your region if you live here in North America when everyone else's season is over. And so I think that's why some people do travel to alternate regions as well, so they can make sure that they're getting in those reps, getting on those practice games, because you have to stay on it. You cannot let up even for a week if you want to stay in shape for those world championships because it's just so important. You can never let up because the game is constantly changing as well, and you have to continue to adapt, learn the metas, and yeah, stay in it the whole time.
Well, we can see you at home Twitch chat. Let us know who you think is going to win this matchup. Redlac or K1 John. A winner plays Paolo Neto in the semi-final stages of the eMLS Cup. It feels weird, Mike, that we've had 10 minutes without a goal. Chance to actually breathe.
It looks like they've tightened up a little bit. There was just this free flow. Of all free flow, even towards the end of that game, the entirety opened up. Everything we talked about in the first half where they were only attacking down one side, it opened up. There were mistakes made on both ends. The speed of the gameplay in general sped up. I think players got a little fatigued, started winning the matches on the offensive side.
Gerard finds Pele. This is Redlac now. Trevella! It wasn't green, but he won't care. 8-7. Back to you, K1 John.
I didn't think it had enough. Wasn't a green time finish. It is Pele. He steps through a little bit of that technical dribbling, just that half angle. Gets an exclusive.
Maybe that's the tax you get when you spend 3.5 million coins on a player.
You would hope so.
It's worth it.
There might be the odd chance that falls through. But you're right. It wasn't perfect. The finish wasn't perfect. It wasn't time green.
Oh, no.
But is it going to matter because K1 John's running straight back at you? Brugman into Cole, blocked there by Yapstam. And that should do us for the halfway point in extra time with Redlac just about in front.
Oh, now, I'm not going to tell him how to play, but I'll tell you, Redlac's trying to play it between the defenders, swing it side to side, a little like obvious game management. It's not working.
I mean, it's only a goal case. There's 15 game minutes left. It's not
There
done
will
by
be
any
another one.
means.
I'm going to call it here now. You know I don't make predictions, but there will be more goals. I will predict that.
Let's quickly check in next door to see how the closing stages have ended. It looks like Paolo Neto is making his way back to another semi-final at eMLS Cup. He's 3 in-game minutes away, and look, red card aside, Paolo Neto was convincing in the group stages case, and he's continued to show his dominance here in no doubt what is his favourite competition in the United States of America.
Absolutely. No, Paolo Neto has been such a shining star coming all the way from South America to eMLS. And from year to year, he's just been so consistent and such a pleasure to watch. And I think that, you know, beating a player like Chris, such a veteran in the scene, should give him confidence going into this next semifinal game. I'm curious who he's going to, you know, go up against, if he'll make it all the way to the final again. But yeah, always a pleasure watching Paolo Neto. This whole entire year, he's been such a great player.
6 times, Mike, he's been in this competition. Oh, my. He's won it once. He's been in a runner-up before. He's always there.
He's won a couple of the League Series ones as well. I mean, it's going to be a consolation goal added on here for Beast Up Chris. Nobody wants to see Paolo Neto. I think that's got to be the talks behind the scenes, especially as the stage gets bigger.
Well, commiserations to Chris Lito. That red card, unfortunately, has not helped him at all in this scenario. Let's jump back across if we can. Paolo Neto, congratulations. You are in the semi-finals of the eMLS Cup, and you are 1 win away from an FC Pro World Championship. As we jump back across here, 15 minutes of entertainment, gentlemen. You've already given us 15 goals. I'm sure it won't be the end. Speaking of Wayne Rooney, he's even on the pitch getting amongst the goals.
And Redlac won't be happy with that. Didn't defend poorly, just didn't get that final bounce. When you lose the ball in the attack, it's the best time to counter press. And if you've got big bodies, they got feet everywhere. They're cutting passing lanes.
Why are the defenses just both so leaky? Or we're just looking at great attackers?
The way they commit bodies, both players forward, it just puts you in a lot of scenarios where you're 4-on-4, you're 5-on-5, you're 6-on-6 sometimes. And if you beat one, you're going to get a chance. And both these guys spend a lot more of their budget on the attackers, not the defenders, which might make more logical sense.
Which has helped a few players, Case, because Gibaros has really liked the draft requirements here, because it isn't perfect by any means. You're not getting to use any player you want. You're working on a budget. You've got big decisions to make. Do you spend half your coins on Pele? The 8 icons that you have to use, how would you distribute the coins there? It's a very different requirement.
You know, I like it, though. It is different from previous years. We're seeing some extra players that they haven't been able to use in the past. And so I think that this is a fun one because you're still getting a lot of that MLS aspect. Previous player, previous coaches, all sorts of different types of touches into the MLS scene. But they're able to use their Drogbas, the Pelés. Spend a lot of coins there because the budget isn't that big. but I do see a lot of variety between the teams as well, so that's always fun.
I think the way they've set it up, Mike, is that if they went 9 or 10 million coins, everyone would have Pele.
Yep. It's right on the cusp. You got to make some decisions.
Yeah, you're in a decision, aren't you?
Well, I was looking at this. I was running some quick numbers. Don't trust my math, but over 70% of the budget for Redlac is on the offense, front four.
And it's packed with options.
He's actually nearing 80%. Again, don't trust my math, but I'm over here quick triggering.
All right, guys, I'm going to leave you for the final moments because I got to go film the winning reactions.
Case, thank you
Thanks
so
for
much for
having me.
joining us at the eMLS Cup. Catch her on the eMLS Gaming channel. She'll be doing a full takeover today here from the event, guiding you through everything that's happening.
Brandon, were you saying penalties? Is that possible here?
I think this game needs penalties, Mike LaBelle. And I'm not against it.
I think I'd rather promote a winner, but it could happen. We'll take the extra drama.
Have we got last minute drama here from eMLS Cup? Keane, lovely step over!
Oh, come on, a three-point turn out of there. Didn't use the skill at any point, any of the matches. Gives you a little bit of something nice, drops the shoulder. You reach, I teach, and the finish. Let him chef, let him cook.
Well, I've seen serious composure from Redlac in so many moments of this game, but how about that one? The roulette was beautiful. You knew as soon as it was in the feet of Robbie Keane, a finesse was on its way.
Oh.
And it looks like we're in for the last closing stage of this 17-goal thriller at eMLS Cup. What a game, what a quarter-final. The runner-up of last year, K1 John, looks like he's going to be eliminated from the tournament. And Redlac, one of the newest players here in eMLS, has been able to take Toronto into a semi-final stage. He will take on Paolo Neto, the household name, and the winner of that game will qualify for the FC Pro World Championships. What a quarter-final, Mike LaBelle.
Can we just get a hand clap for the boys, man? They put on a classic right there. 17 goals, back and forth action, everything you could ask for. If you're a fan of the esport, I mean, that was special.
If you're an FC competitive fan, Mike LaBelle, we've had different variations of this game where we've had 0-0s for a long time. We've had 1-0s, 2-1. You've been delivered there. 17 goals. You've had extra time. You've had incredible moments of just individual brilliance.
Even the quality of the goals. You wanted quick passing, it was there. Long ball, switch of the pitch, cool. Overlapping runs, you got that. Skills, cool. Outside of the box, Travellas, finesse shots, ball rolls. You name it, it had the intricacy. You want some shimmy and some shake. You want a little player lock. All inclusive.
It really was. It was an all-inclusive buffet. Have whatever you want.
You name it.
Have all the cuisines.
They had them all. If you play FC, that game had everything. It even had relatability with some of the mistakes. They couldn't hold the ball at the back.
And also the teams they're using as well. They haven't got the perfect teams here. Yes, they've got Pele, but look outside of that. The teams are very mixy at eMLS Cup. Semi-final confirmed on the right side of the bracket. Redlac will take on Paolo Neto later on. But still, we have to see Gabarros against Rastarata. And it comes up after this break here from eMLS Cup. We'll see you after this.
Ready? MLS is game on. Dolce? On. Stars on.
Kevin Sullivan, the history maker.
30,000 friends? On. Rivalries on.
Red Bull New York versus New York City.
MLS, this is our soccer. Game on.
They say your 30s are better than your 20s. Well, if that's the case, then MLS is going to be better than ever. You see, 30 years ago, a league was born. A vision took shape.
Welcome to Major League Soccer.
Giving us 3 decades of heart-stopping, historic moments.
The Valderrama. Oh, yes! What an atmosphere we've got here in Toronto. MLS is here.
Thierry brings it down. Fires! Yes! Please welcome the world's number 10, Lionel Messi! Messi!
And now, as we celebrate the past, a new era begins as we welcome the league's 30th club.
The start of something special for Major League Soccer.
We couldn't be more excited about our 30th team being in San Diego.
Bringing a new city, new life, new rivalries to this league. Get ready for a season like no other.
Some fireworks and more!
More stars, more drama, and now, more prime time.
What a game on the way tonight.
For the first time ever, the biggest match of the week will take center stage on Sunday Night Soccer.
MLS headliners about to go head-to-head here tonight.
Tonight isn't just the start of the season. No, tonight is 30 years in the making.
Maybe we really haven't seen MLS like this before.
So welcome to the next chapter of Major League Soccer. Welcome to Sunday Night Soccer.
If I got it, then I bought it. Take a bite, cause I want it. And I know I got the taste for the cake. And I take what I make and I flaunt it, flaunt it. Got diamonds on my necklace. I live how I like. So it looks it's getting reckless. I'm feeling myself and you can't break my vibe. I'm feeling myself and you can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe.
The Whitney isn't just a museum, it's an NYC vibe. A place to meet friends, hang out, dance, and experience art and culture. It doesn't matter what you're into, fashion, sports, or making art. We've got you covered. The best part? The Whitney is free during Free Friday nights and free second Sundays, and every day if you're 25 and under. While you're here, enjoy views on our terraces. There's nowhere like the Whitney, and you get to be a part of it.
Well, welcome back to the Whitney here in New York City for the eMLS Cup. I mean, we have just been treated to a 17-goal thriller only in our quarter-final stages here. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Mike LaBelle have got the pleasure of guiding you through all of the action today here from the commentary side of things. That's one very happy man in Redlac. He's not there yet, Mike, but what a game. He must be feeling so relieved after that.
He's one of the few competitors that also has a winning record against his next opponent, Palo Neto. When they matched up in the regular season, he got the result. It was a crazy comeback, but either way, let's review this game. We might be here for a while. It starts. Beautiful through ball, Travella, body opened, Joe Cole, but a lot of replies. There's plenty of them. And in many ways, K1 John put Redlac in positions like that are difficult. Just the ball's in a dangerous place and you got a lot of bodies around it.
The crazy part is, Mike, it was 2-1 at halftime.
Yeah.
It was 2-1 to K1 John at halftime, and then the game just exploded here. But my favourite part of the game was the last 10 in-game minutes. You thought it was done, and then Redlac went, no, I'm going to have one more chance. And everything about that chance was perfect. That's the goal there.
I thought that might have been it.
87
That might have
minutes,
been it.
45. Look at this for clutch. Just, it doesn't get more composed like that. And to squeeze it at the near post as well.
And with the precision shooting, and the saying is it rains, it pours. Well, when it's hot, you sweat. And this had so much of everything. And that was the decider. We didn't know if it would go or not, but you said if you're spending half your budget, Pele might as well do something for you. And you see that turn. Oh, the turn. Out of nowhere. A little three-point in the finish to take Redlac on to the semi or into the semifinals against Palo Neto. One game away from claiming that spot.
Absolutely. Incredible stuff. Look, our next game is this one. Gibaros against Rastarata. I mean, how do you think they're feeling? Because they were meant to kick off first today, but of course we had a few issues so they couldn't kick off. They've had to sit back and wait an hour and just see all of the other three quarterfinals unfold. Is that good? Is it bad? Is it making you overthink, Mike? Is it a case of, I just want to get playing. I'm bored of waiting.
I would prefer to get it going, get it rolling. I did my prep knowing I was the first game. I'm here to set the tone. I'm setting the tempo. That didn't really happen, and now I've had to sit, wait, watch, see what happens, what's been working, what's not working. Maybe you get a little cold. They're coming straight off the sticks in the back.
Absolutely. Look, we are trying to get these guys underway as soon as we can as we look around us here at the Whitney. People have been flying in all day long. And we'll bring on a special certain someone as well while we're waiting at the moment. He's joining us now off the back of a 17-goal thriller. We've been able to pull him across. Gabaros against Rastaratu will come up in a second. But for now, Redlac, congratulations. You are in the semi-final of the eMLS Cup. How on earth, how are the nerves? How are you feeling? How did you keep so composed? Because there was moments in that game I was like, just give us a celebration, give us a reaction, but you just kept it so calm.
Well, I rarely ever celebrate, Brandon, and Mike would have seen that yesterday. He's seen a lot of my games, and I celebrated once, and it was a big 6-pointer against Thiago Capo, who's unfortunately now out of the tournament. But I thought when I went a goal down, it was over, to be honest. But the pause sort of got me back in the game, give me a chance. Nesta's on the right wing. And guys, believe it or not, the reason I scored that is Mike LaBelle. Oh. What did we say about the throw-in the other day?
Did you have to take it quick?
Take it quick. I threw it to Nesta, played for the reset, one more. Pele, the king of football, and we've won the game. I don't know how.
Do you think the angle may have been a little bit too tight at that near post?
Yeah, I sort of waited and just seen what the keeper was doing, and John moved him. So when you've moved the keeper, you guys at home may know, they lock into position. So I thought, if I just keep dribbling, the angle's going to get better and better, and I'll slam it into that near post.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I'm not sure how the Pele Trivella went in, but I mean, that's 3.5 million coins, right?
Well, listen, guys, all on dribble. Trivella. And yeah, it's actually 4.4 million on the draft, so over 50% of my budget well spent.
That's what we were saying. I was like, I think Redlac's attack is maybe 70, 75, maybe even 80% of the budget. It's all there in the front four.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, Matrita is like 13k. So we've got players from all different types of price ranges, and it's clearly working.
Talk to us about the winning goal. I mean, clip that up and get it on YouTube, right?
Well, I don't know. Listen, I have to thank my coach, Jesse Fritters. Amazing coach, coaching Brighton in other leagues like we see, and he taught me the skill last week, and I've been using it to effect this weekend, and I've cooked him, to be honest. Green timed as well, cross goal, good goal.
Yeah, it was incredible. I mean, look, you have a moment now to breathe and relax, maybe a little bit longer of a wait, depending on which side of the semi-final bracket we kick off first. Paolo Neto, you play him next. Obviously, you did play in the group stages. Are you looking forward to that game? Looking forward to playing him again?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Forgetting the personnel in the matchup, I think coming into the tournament, I wanted to get to this top 4 stage, that game for the World Championship. And if I can win it, I'll make it. If not, then I won't. But it's a big game, Brandon. That's what I live for.
I hate to be the devil's advocate, but it's the worst game to lose of all.
Yeah. No, it is. But then I think that, like, I might not be thinking this after the game directly, but right now I'd rather be in the top 4 than grouped. So, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm really looking forward to it.
Is there anything we can preview? We obviously saw you guys face off. You had a crazy comeback against Paolo. It was the first day in the first game of the regular season, and you ended up victorious. Maybe give us something we can talk about here, a little preview going into that.
Yeah, I think it's the formation matchup, but quickly, before a ball's kicked, when you've played practice games for months, it means nothing, because I'm practicing in one certain formation, I won't tell you which, and when I got into the game, after 35 minutes, I'm thinking, this is not working. I've had to switch, and I've mained a different formation now, but yeah, it's going to be a good game. He's a great player, and hopefully I can pick up the win.
Redlac, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again. Feel free to have a rest, have a breathe, and we'll see you in the semi-finals. Thank you very much. There you go, that was Redlac there of Toronto. Newest signing for them in the eMLS Cup, and he has backed up that performance. Handshakes between the two players. We are trying to load into this game. They'll be thinking, can we get this quarter-final underway? Gabaros, the only player in this competition that is left unbeaten. 13 games unbeaten he went across the last 2 days. Can he carry that momentum into today?
Those look like handshakes that they're about to get underway. But if anything, I don't think Gabaros would want to wait. Just more and more time to think about being undefeated. Yeah. Maybe putting a little more pressure, like, I don't want to lose it here. This would be the time. I've had to wait a little while. Maybe I'm not as warm as I was before. I don't know. I'm not trying to put anything negative on him. I believe in the main man. But I'm sure that he wanted to get right into the gameplay because everything's been clicking. Everything's been working. He's been efficient. He's been appropriate. We got the Red Bull mascot in-house. Of course, they have a game tomorrow. He'll be at that game. A little smile from Gabaros. And you thought coming into this competition, even before the groups kicked off or the regular season kicked off, that Gabaros would be an early favorite. Surely.
Absolutely. Look, I think he was the rookie of the year last year. We saw him in moments from in DreamHack Dallas, didn't we, Mike? And we saw him across the Esports World Cup where he was really able to sort of make a case and a name for himself. This is the first ever FC Pro Partner League he's played in, and this is the game that he'll be playing against. He'll be playing against Yuval if he wins, but for Rastarata, why not upset the rest of the pack? 335 in the world rankings.
And he might be feeling like he's playing with a little more free money now. Because you're coming in after Jafonzo, who won everything. There's a lot of expectation, a lot of pressure. You don't want to be grouped. You don't want to not see yourself on the big stage. He did the play-in. He got in. So now, maybe a little bit of relief. Nobody expects you maybe to win against Gabaros. Gabaros hasn't been losing to anyone. and you can play a little more free, a little more house money, if you will.
Rastarata, though, Mike, he didn't have the best season last year, hence why he's been so low in the world rankings. Swap place with Jafonzo. New England Revolution have picked up another Portuguese player here. Jafonzo, the defending champion for the Revolution, is not playing this time round. Rastarata is. He wasn't perfect in the group stages by any means. I mean, look, Rastarata, he came 9th out of the 14 players. It was enough to get him into the play-in rounds. Did lose 6 games in total on the way through, but what was the important part is he was able to win in day 2 to get himself back to this one. It's a fresh day. Look, this is Knockout FC as well. We can speak about groups time and time again. As we said, it's just Knockout FC. Anything can happen. There was moments in that Uval-Thiago Capo game where Thiago Capo was, you know, in the nice way, dealing with so much attack-wise, but still was in the game in moments. So he lost 3-2.
And he had the chance. You remember he had a breakaway, went for the chip, maybe took the wrong choice in the finish, but Yuval was able to add in and see it out. And again, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but if Gibaros wins this, we're looking at the top 4. Yuval, Palonetto, Redlac, Gibaros.
2 of those players of the 4 will be going to the World Championships. Who do you think is going to win this game? Let us know at home. Gibaros or Rastarata. It was meant to kick off at roughly about 11:15 here in New York local time. It's kicking off an hour and 45 minutes later, near enough. They've had to wait a long time to get this one going. And we are loading into this one now. 13 games unbeaten. Will he make it 14? Could even make it 16. That would be one hell of a record. I don't think that's ever happened in eMLS history. A player has gone unbeaten in the groups, straight through to the knockouts, and continued his unbeaten run. Of course, we are here in the Whitney, the Museum of Art in New York City, which is playing host to its first ever esports event like this. And we have got a packed crowd, which will be filling up throughout the day as we move through the semi-finals into the grand finals. $20,000 on the line. Last checks. Kits are being selected. We can confirm it is started. Thumbs up. Are we good? Final checks from the admins. And let's load in Rastarata. Can he cause quite the upset if we're going off what we've seen so far? You just look at the world rankings between the 2 of them. 19th in the world rankings, Gibaros. Up against 335th. Let's see what this can bring, though. This is the eMLS Cup, and there's been many surprises along the way. Here we go, quarterfinal number 4, Mike LaBelle. They'll just be happy that they're getting it going.
I'm telling you, I'm feeling stressed out. We talked to Redlac. It seems like he took that or he handled it really well. He seems still very calm. I don't share in that sentiment. Gibaros with the ball.
Is it an early start for Gibaros? Drogba, oh my days, it is. 1 minute, 21 seconds.
The weight didn't matter. He's still locked in, Brandon.
Is all it took for Gibaros to get started here. That is not the start you want if you're Rastarata.
No, absolutely not. Gibaros is one of the individuals, and it makes sense with the record, but he's scoring and he's not conceding, and that might sound route 1, but a lot of the competitors, even if they're getting the results, there's still a lot of back and forth.
Corner. One there by Johan Cruyff. Must have been in everybody's eMLS drafted team. Neither's Lionel Messi. Cruyff. Ooh. Finesse!
I think if that's green, it hits the back of the net, top corner, cuts inside, gets the angle that's necessary. Could have brought out a Cruyff turn with Cruyff. That would have been something a little mesmerizing. Wasn't able to convert. First pause cued early on.
Needed as well. You can just see there, just on the POV of Rastarata going into the player roles. Changing a few things. He's not happy with the first what, 5-6 in-game minutes that he's had in this game so far. Question for those in the Twitch chat as well. We can see if there was one icon that you would be playing in these drafted teams, who would it be? Let us know. I'll pick out a few of my favourite comments. Remember, part of the eMLS Cup draft requirements, 8 icons have to be chosen. As we jump back in now, are we in for an equaliser? Matrita. Very nearly. Finding a goal back. Didier Drogba straight down the other end. Guibarros so full of flair in the final third. You can just see how he wants to play FC. It's so entertaining to watch.
A lot of space with Drogba there, pulls it back, looking for a bit of a step over combination. It's a good tackle from Rasta. See if he has a reply.
Hello, offside. Interchanged again. He's building into this one, Rastarata. Lionel Messi. Problem is, though, he's got Ashley Cole and Alphonso Davies doubling up. Just forced him to go all the way back round into Keane. Is it trickling into the back of the net? No, just cleared away off the line, and the heavy touch will send out for a goal kick.
And what a pick out. You find that triangle. We see this constantly to the midfield, to the dump off. Route one approach here. Can Drogba take it down? Gets a favorable bounce. Goalkeeper in a 50-50 with the race. Timmy does not let him down. But Ross would like to have that chance back. He's got to convert, especially up against someone like Yaros.
Look at the space for Messi. Shifts it onto his left boot. The favoured wand of a left boot.
And what it comes down to is Guibarros is just so direct with his touches. Nothing's by accident. A lot of close control, and the reason you're seeing that is the close control allows you to go from small touches into a speed burst or speed boost, and he's one of the best at doing it. I would say amongst the competition, he does that best in terms of setting it up, finding space, making it feel less predictable.
Just looking back on the chat as well, Cantona, Steven Gerrard, Thierry Henry was a shout, and probably someone that could have been used a bit more, but just a bit too expensive in the nicest way possible. Saw him a lot in the Premier League. Lampard goes all the way across. And Rastarata has been able to pull one back here.
Well done across the body. Easy finish, all things considered, for Messi. And to your point with Henry, at the point of building this, or the time period of building this, maybe 5 million some change. It's just too much of your overall budget.
Chance for Messi to get another one back in front as we do have a guest join us in the commentary side of things. Supreme Sensi, you are part of the eMLS team. We haven't been able to see too much of you. We thoroughly enjoyed the opener.
Listen, the last matchup I just saw was absolutely crazy. The room was going crazy, so I'm excited. I've actually never been to an esports event with so many alive attendees. So this has been amazing. This match here, I'm not gonna lie, I knew Guibarros was coming out the gate, so.
I mean, it doesn't get much better than the 17-goal thriller before. I don't think you're going to see better than that.
Well, the Red Bull out there in the audience told me, counted on fingers and toes, that he thinks Guibarros is going to get 20 goals. So
20 goals.
Yes.
And he was brilliant in the group stages, and at the moment, he's been able to continue that performance. Drogba. Just pushing away anyone that's in his way. Keane shifts it, one more pass. Yapstam does enough just to stop the shot coming in from Messi.
And again, on repeat, it's the tiny touches, the small dribbles, the intricate details. A little subtle, but it matters. Responsive, agile. Must be an incredible parallel Parker.
Here's Keane. You know what he's looking for. Robbie Keane just keeps on driving off the post.
Here's a post.
Rastarata coming so close again to an equaliser. You wouldn't think there's, what, 316 spots between the two of them on the world rankings. But it's a knockout game, Mike. We said this. You can have a great group game. Look, I'm in a quarterfinal against you. Doesn't matter how I got here.
Nothing's ever said and done as well. What a ball, though.
Drogba. Power shot!
Yeah, we got to see that earlier with John. Like, he came out of nowhere. You know, I think everyone expected how it was going to turn out. Then he came back. Gave him a run for his money. We got 17 goals.
Drogba, one more pass. Oh, it's beautiful. He deserved the goal. Guibaros.
Wow.
These little build-ups, these little setups, we just don't see from many other players.
I mean, the little dink with the player lock, the knockdown, the extra touch, should have converted. Maybe a little bit of goalkeeper movement, but it's just something that people don't have in your locker. I don't have that. I've been playing. I've been grinding. I can't do it. My fingers aren't moving like that anymore.
You're just not exercising. We have... We've got a lot of excitement from the Red Bull in the audience here.
He's been bringing the energy. I'm sure we'll be over the moon if Guibaros can continue this form.
We've talked a lot about Guibaros, but this is still a 2-1 game. And Rasta just came off hitting the post. Plenty of time. It hasn't been wide open. There's been a couple missed chances.
It certainly hasn't been one-way traffic, has it? Drogba again. Gave us a power shot about 2-3 in-game minutes ago. Not going to happen this time. Saw someone in the chat as well asking why are they only restricted to MLS players in the eMLS? Well, the players that do feature some of the icons have played in a capacity or coached in a capacity. It's players or coaches that have been involved in MLS throughout their career for icons and heroes. And then you are allowed one player that's not playing in the MLS anymore that has. Hence why Alphonso Davies has been that common choice that you've seen quite a lot of the time. Here's Didier Drogba. Speaking of Alphonso Davies, there he is involved in this build-up for Guibaros as he looks to try and find a third in this game. There's the finesse!
Ooh.
It's the post that stands in the way again.
And I'd like to add on to what Brandon said, or players that took part in North American soccer before MLS, like a Pele or some of the older icons. You might remember him from the Cosmos days, or at least watching some of those highlights.
That's a throw about that.
Yeah.
I can't lie, Mike. When I saw Pele in the team sheet, I was trying to put it together. I was trying to at what point was he playing football in North America?
You thought he had a coaching job. He has been an ambassador, or was an ambassador for the sport.
5 minutes away from half-time. Cut back. Drogba shifts it, cancels it. Even times it green. Drogba again. Trying to find the pass, which he does!
Oh, yeah, Guibaros is super excited. This is the most energy I think I've ever seen from this week since the qualifier started.
There's a certain glow, isn't there? You know, a little elegance to his gameplay. He's got that extracurricular, but the way he moves on the ball.
It's called aura.
Well, he's got a lot of aura.
Lionel Messi there as well. He's not the strongest player on the pitch by any means, but he was absolutely fighting for that. Guibaros looks like he could be on his way into half-time with a 3-1 lead. Maybe even 4-1 if he can time this one right. Keep it on the far-hand side. Alphonso Davies continuing his run if he wants to use it. Messi play a lot. Brilliant ball into Robbie Keane. Can he find Didier Drogba? Doesn't need to. Still in possession somehow. Added time of just 1 minute. How are we not in half-time yet? Drogba eventually will get us there. And I mean, Supreme Sensei, what have you made of that first 45 minutes? I mean, look, Guibaros, we know he's a favourite coming into this one, but it hasn't been all plain sailing for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think I expected a little bit more, but then again, it's looking good for Rasta. So I did wonder, like, you find out that you're playing against this undefeated person in the cup. I don't know, how do you even prepare for that? You know, like, what is your strat that you got to go into? You got to watch all the gameplay back from qualifiers?
I always liked playing in this position because I never felt pressure. If I'm going up against someone that everyone said should be the sure thing or the clear win, at least I don't have anything on my shoulders. And if it happens, it's the miraculous.
Okay, that's fair. That's a fair way to look at it.
I was a miracle worker. I shifted the competition.
Yeah, because then if you do beat them, it's like, hold on.
You don't want to see me. My confidence is too high right now. Build a statue tomorrow.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I love upsets. I do. I'm a big fan of upsets.
Especially in Knockout FC as well, right? Because anything can happen. And look, Rastarata, I know he's only 2 goals down. There's still 45 minutes left. 9-minute halves as well. They are long halves that drag on. And you can just see behind, we are potentially setting up a semi-final matchup from that other side of the bracket. Redlac, who we just spoke to minutes ago here on commentary, gave us a brilliant breakdown. Taking on Paolo Neto for a spot in the FC Pro World Championships. You can only just begin to feel the nerves there, Phelan.
I'm still thinking about this. I think the difficulty if you're a Rasta fan, I don't know what he changed. He didn't play a bad half. Made a couple chances, hit the post on one of them. There's just a little bit of, you know, that consequence. A little distinction. Like, I don't know if you're stopping it. It's better offense to good defense.
It's one of those as well for him, Mike, is that you might create 5 chances, but you've also got to try and defend 5 chances.
Yeah.
Of how good Gabarros is, he's probably going to put most of them away. He scored, I think, 46+ goals in the group stages. As we jump back in.
Yeah. He's also got a personal mascot in the audience, by the way. So there's that.
Just a bit more pressure, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, right?
If you put him on stage, Gabarros gets into the finals. You have to deal with the bull.
I mean, tomorrow, they play at home. Could be a nice way to bring up the trophy onto the pitch at half-time.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, New York Red Bulls won eMLS with George Adamu a few years back. Also went back-to-back, found themselves in a final, so they do have success in the competition.
I mean, that was an all New York final, wasn't it, back in 2021? Diddy Chris Lito winning that one. Unfortunately, did crash out the tournament in the quarter-final stages here to Paolo Neto.
And New England last year, we saw Jafonza with his breakout season.
Look at the feed from Robbie Keane. I tell you what, Mike, that Tim Howard has been unbelievable.
First thing I do when I get home, pickups being made.
I've never seen a keeper use their feet as much as him as well. Here's Keane. Stopped in his tracks by Yap Stam. Every attack that Gabarros has, it's so direct.
That's a good way of saying it, exactly. You feel the pressure. I feel under pressure watching his offense.
He's already thinking 2-3 steps ahead of his opponent of exactly what he's looking for here, Keane.
Oh.
Cancelling. Just pulling apart Yap Stam. He's just pulling them all over the place.
He doesn't deserve that.
There's Hullett.
Get it out.
Tim Howard again.
I mean, you're seeing cancellations. You've got the Berber spin, looking for an extra pass. You fake that, a little step over. Cruyff turn for the people at home, something for the culture. Gabarros' gameplay is different.
Is he onside? He is. Keane. Can he finish that? Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
3-goal cushion opens up, and this is where the gap and the quality can really start to show.
The pick up, the pick out, takes it down. The finish, he's been clinical. Just a master at work.
Is this the gap now?
It's like, the interesting thing is, like, I know you've got to be confident going off of, like, you haven't lost a match yet. But he still plays up there like his life depends on it. You know, he's not, you know, taking it easy on anybody. He's going full speed ahead.
Well, Gabarros would have came into this competition with only one expectation, to win. And if he didn't play well, to at least make it to the final. Claim your spot, knock out for the finale, keep training. Again, part of that Red Bull Gaming and RB Life's collective of foundational talent and practice partners and coaching staff and just details of building a pro. We talk about it a lot, but you got Anders, you got Umid, a couple world champions.
You can't go back to the end of the season and be like, I didn't do anything.
Well,
you have to go there and say you've been in a final, you've been in a semi-final, you've been in the latter stage, you've got a trophy.
Well, even on the other side of the bracket, we've already got Redlac coming from the same place, same training partner, same facility, already in the semifinals. Gabarro's looking likely to get to the semifinals. They finished first and second in the regular season. Like, make no mistake, it's clearly working. they're picking the right talent and developing that talent.
And look, these spots are hard to come by. Only 14 clubs this year in the group stages of eMLS Cup. And, you know, when you're a North American like yourself, Mike LaBelle, in terms of in a pro player capacity, that you've got international players coming over and stealing your spots. There's not actually that many sort of American players that can still compete because people are coming in and taking your spots.
I mean, let's look at the top four. Assuming this match, I mean, even if it didn't, you know, Rasta's not from North America, but Redlak, English, Palinetto, Brazilian, Yuval from Israel. It's an international selection, and they're doing the business.
And by that time, there's about 6 spots left. Slightly just rush that through Borastarata. Time ticking away. 29 in-game minutes left for him to save his eMLS Cup journey. And if Cabarrus keeps playing like he is, he really could be job done. I've never seen Didier Drogba move so fast.
I need to have a team talk. My Didier Drogba's not on the same page. Powerful, strong on winning headers, but this footwork, it's kind of electric.
I think that I can appreciate the pacing of this match, though. It doesn't seem like it's just going back and forth, goal to goal. A lot of defense involved, so, you know.
A little more tactical. When we look at the previous game, towards the end, it just became kind of rampage. Everyone forward on every attack. We'll see what happens. It was, I don't even know if it was organized chaos. It was just chaos.
Exactly. And it was, you can feel it. I felt the pressure in the audience. I'm not even playing. I'm like, who's going to win? Who's going to win, you know?
Drogba! Oh, no, it might trickle in. No, Tim Howard.
Ross has got to feel hard done. That's 2 posts now. You know,
Yeah.
you sit in pretty. Right place, right player, right location, right timing, wrong post.
Hasn't fallen his way. If he's onside, that's an unbelievable pass. Didier Drogba, cheeky chip, Cabarrus. 14 games unbeaten at the eMLS Cup and 1 win away from an FC Pro World Championship ticket.
You might as well clap it up. GG's. Professional performance.
Incredible.
I mean, I believe in miracles, right? Like, what are the chances?
You're more optimistic than me.
I mean, now that Red Bull is now sitting in the front, maybe that's a little bit more taunting. Like, I don't know if I can deal with that, but it's not over till it's over. Yeah, just go ahead and make your way to the back. Yeah.
Well, look.
Yeah, I think you got to give a lot of credit to Night Watch as well. We haven't talked about it, but Guibaro's coach, super well known in the scene as a competitor, now moved more into the coaching role. Tactics and game plans and roles and understanding tendencies are so important to success. If you know Night Watch, it fits his personality. The man's maybe the most analytical person I've ever met.
I've never met someone who knows this game so well, inside and out. All the animations, everything. And
He just knows the percentages, Brandon.
He knows
the odds of everything.
Yeah, he does.
If you can
The shot
follow
type, the animation.
It makes me think.
And as soon as he got this role earlier on this year, I just thought it's a perfect fit for him. He's probably one of the most hardest working coaches there is, and he knows this game. He's been to an E-Champions League top 8. He's played this game at a really high level, and his desire and his motivation to just improve players and have that sort of really good relationship with up-and-coming talents like Guibaros is clear to see.
Moneyball FC. I don't know if you've seen the movie, but that's kind of the Night Watch approach. If you take a listen, he knows everything about everything in any given moment.
Which is exactly what you need from a coach, right? We know Guibaros is already talented, but it's those extra percentages that you might be missing in certain moments where your coach comes in and just helps you out. He's 15 minutes just over away from a semi-final spot. Do you think he could go unbeaten, Supreme?
Like I said, I believe in miracles, you know? Like, I think...
At one point, I thought you meant the miracle of Rastarata pulling it back. I was going to say, 4 goals in 15, I just don't see that happening.
You know, yeah, it's probably... But I just feel like having, you know, just a little encouragement. It seems like it's weighing on Gabaros right now. Ain't nothing wrong with giving Rasta a little faith, you know, a little hope. Never hurt nobody.
Overall, though, still give Rasta a lot of credit. I'm going the whole opposite way. I'm knocking him out of the competition. But to get to this point, it's a battle. I mean, if you look at what happened on day 1 and day 2, win 1, lose 1, a couple draws in there as well. He was back and forth with form. Big footsteps to follow. If you're talking about Jafonzo last year, where he went on not only to win eMLS, just win everything. Comes in as the next Portuguese. You talked about it, Brandon. He's top 350 in the world. Hasn't really had the best season. And it's difficult to get to this stage. We're dealing with the best of the best, the most elite that we have to offer.
Just off the back of that as well, we've said that this is the first FC Pro Partner League to conclude, but if you're not doing well in this, Mike, this could be your last tournament of the year.
You might not be touching the sticks the same way. Also, you might not get re-upped on next year. And we should say that Rasta eliminated Lamps. Usually we're used to seeing Lamps as we add another goal.
Yeah, well.
Why not?
There's my hope out the window. That's okay.
And more cancellations, a little La Croqueta for the people. The front row, the back row. Didier Drogba, again, I need to have a conversation. He's never moved like this for me. Look at this. Stop. Resurface. Look at the goalkeeper. Stare him down. Sorry, Timmy, not today. We've seen him in action, diving everywhere. Footwork impeccable.
I know that. Oh, he's not done yet, Mike.
Yeah, but say, and not easing up either. Like, I'm not done.
Did we mention his coach's night watch? He's not telling him to ease up.
What row was that one for, Mike? Because that was.
We didn't talk about the middle. You know.
Was that the VIP area? Because he's just scored about 20 seconds after the ball's just kicked off again. 7-1, Gabaros leads. He will be in a semi-final to take on Uval in a New York derby, you can call it. New York City FC against New York Red Bulls in a semi-final. Winner of that goes to the FC Pro World Championships.
And I will say this, Uval won't be intimidated. He has seen the best of the best, the greatest, you name it, the largest competition as we're adding more goals. Trevellis for everyone. If you want one, you get one. If she wants one, she gets one. If I want one, I watch you guys receive. I don't know if I'm getting one, but either way, it's been happening. But the point being, I think Uval will be a surprise matchup here. Could be a little more disruptive. He won't put him on a pedestal.
It's crazy because I was expecting and hoping for Rasta to get that extra 4 goals, and it's like, I think Gabaros heard me and said, you know, I got you. You said you want 4 more goals? I got you. I got you. Okay.
8-1. Gabaros just pulling away now. This would be a, if he was to go and win the whole thing today, it would be a record-breaking moment of matches won, unbeaten the whole way through the tournament from group stage to knockouts, goals scored.
But it's a statement. Let's talk about the other games. We just saw Redlac in K1. 9-8. Palonetto beast up Chris. Chris got a red card in the 20th minute. That still finished 5-3. Yuval earlier with Thiago Capo, 3-2. Now look at this. He might get double digits. Just adding goals for pleasure.
That might be the goal. That might actually be the goal. Why not have fun with it? You know, when you're doing well, why not just add a little bit more sauce?
Ross is not having fun right now.
Rasta is asking for a full-time result, please.
Yeah, please, hold the ball.
Just blow the whistle.
Yeah, go backwards. Uh-oh.
Gabaros is saying, no, I want another one.
Uh-oh. Surely
not 10, Gabaros. He knows he's still not quite there yet. Yes, he's won 9-1 in the quarterfinal, but his expectations, his levels will be through the roof.
It's close.
The referee said that was actually a clean tackle. It didn't look like it was a clean tackle.
Gabaros is actually a Brazilian shark. And he senses, he smells the blood.
Oh, my God.
He's not letting up, bro.
But you have to respect Rasta. I mean, playing to the end, you know. I don't know. I would put the sticks down. Or just put it on the table and say, you got it. You won.
I've broken a few controllers in my day.
I bet. You look like you've broken some
I've thrown a couple monitors as well.
The controller and monitor combo, for sure.
Tables aren't safe.
The whole setup. The lighting and everything.
Added time of 2 minutes. 8 become 4 at eMLS Cup. As Gabaros continues his winning streak. He's had to wait 2 hours to play this one, but it didn't seem like it's phased him by any means. He goes through to the semi-finals. He'll take on Uval in an New York City matchup. It was a mouthful there. Right, let's check in with the bracket quickly. Full-time results between the two of them. Commiserations, Rastarata. New England Revolution will not be defending champions here at the eMLS Cup. They are out of the tournament. Ooh. From 8 to 4, Mike LaBelle, what do you make of this bracket?
I guess it's the favorites all went through. We didn't have upsets. We didn't have that secret run or something that went different in the picture or against the grain. These were the top 4 in the regular season. These are the top 4 in the semifinals. That means they've earned it. They deserve it. They should be here, and I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to speak to them because we're going to be doing some post-match interviews with these players and just excited to see what they have to say.
Well, we're going to jump straight into the action, I believe. Redlac, off the back of his 17-goal thriller, thumbs up between him and Paolo Neto. We are jumping straight into this one. I'd love to see if we can hear from Gabaros as well, in between the break that he has in his semi-finals, to just jump on and give us a few words potentially, because it's ridiculous, the performance he's putting in, Mike.
It's the quality of the form. We talk about it, it just feels professional. Everything purposeful, no mistake about it. Defensively, the steps, offensively, finding the spaces, the extra pass, being able to convert in every circumstance, clinical, knowing his players. Whatever agreement he has with Drogba, I want one of those contracts.
Well, speaking of Gabaros, here he is now. He's fresh off a massive win in the eMLS quarterfinals. Gabaros, congratulations. I mean, first and foremost, how did you feel waiting as long as you did to get into the game? Because it didn't seem like it phased you. I was worried it might have phased you, but it didn't phase you.
To be honest, I love watching like teammates and friends play. So when I got the opportunity to like sit instead of playing and watch Redlac and
you got fired up.
I got fired up. I was so excited. Even John is a good friend, so like I'm just happy to watch them play, watch them win, and the vibes, the atmosphere was really good. It gets me excited to play, and I think it worked in my favor a little bit.
That wasn't the answer I expected, to be fair, Mike LaBelle. I thought you'd be thinking, I want to just get going. Speak to us about the game. I mean, look, Rastarata, the first 30 minutes or so, there were chances at either end, and then it just got to a point where you were able to sort of pull away.
Yeah, I always take like first few minutes, try to analyze opponent defensively, try to see what they like to do in attack. Yeah, so, you know, obviously first few minutes he has a few chances. I think I was able to take control of the game like around the 20th, 30th minute. And just from there it was like chill, I think.
And signing for obviously New York Red Bulls, you've got RB Leipzig, the foundation, all these different people to work with and train with. What does that look like? Because we just keep seeing the production of superstars and winners.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. We like feed off each other. I think when we see the boys in Germany do good, we want to do good. We want to practice more and get the best results. So obviously everyone motivates one another. Me and Redlac get along really, really well. So for us to be here together is like really cool. And obviously we like share info, like practice with each other. So yeah, that's pretty good.
Well, let's turn our attentions to this one for a split second. Are you all right to stay with us for 45 minutes?
Yeah, for sure.
As we see Redlac taking on Paolo Neto in our first semi-final here. This is a massive game because if you win it, you qualify for the World Championships. Which, I mean, is that in the back of your mind now? How close you are, Gabaros? You're one win away from the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, somewhere deep like in your head, you think that. But I think last year, after already making it and losing the final, like it didn't feel as good as I thought it would. So this year, main focus is just win the whole thing, and you know the World Championship spot's obviously a good thing to come from that.
And thus far, Brandon, we've seen first 10 minutes, maybe a feeling out period. No big breakthrough, no major mistake, a little cagey. For both guys, even if you've had this experience, which Paolo Neto in particular has had a lot of these experiences, you still got to feel some pressure. You know you're one game away from having a guaranteed successful season. Yeah.
Someone like Paolo Neto as well. He's been a champion, he's been a runner-up. Here it does come his opponent with his first real shot of the game, Redlac. I mean, how are the group stages, Gabaros? I mean, you were the only one that survived group stages. I mean, you went 13 games unbeaten, but out of all of your opponents, if you had to say, who gave you a really good match, a really good challenge?
The two that are playing right now, I think Redlac, I won 6-3, but it was like 4-3 until 85th or something. Like, it was a really close game. And I was losing to Paolo. Almost. I was losing to Paolo until like, I think 75th. So they were really good games. Yuval also was close. But yeah, I have no idea how I'm 13-0. I didn't know. It just kept going and going, and I was like, okay, I'll take it.
let me ask you this, because Paolo's had all the success internationally, of course, domestically as well. Does he carry a certain type of even aura or maybe experiences in Brazil internally? You know, countries train together, everybody talks what's happening and players to watch, and Paolo's kind of been that guy for the last few years.
Yeah, I mean, definitely him, Zin, and Young. I think that trio, like, they have so much success internationally the past few years. I think the rest of the continent just kind of looks at them and is like, okay, these are the guys to like follow, the examples to follow. Yeah, try to practice with them as much as possible, learn as much as possible, and yeah, I think that's the best we can do.
Well, still goalless in this huge semi-final game. Paolo Neto off the back of a result against Didi Chris Lito, which featured a red card. He had a very different game to what Redlac had.
And a bit of a surprise as well. It's kind of been crowded in the midfield. And both these guys are known as kind of open players. And there's been a few offsides, but we haven't had major breakthroughs, a bunch of opportunities, the intricacies, the quick tiki-taka, the drop-down passes, cancellations, none of the extra spectacles, if you will.
I think they've not been able to have the chance to do so yet. Speaking of that, here's Pele again. It's going to trickle in. It's an easy tap-in for Paolo Neto. He will not care about that.
Redlac might be emotionalist, but he definitely did not enjoy receiving the back end of an unfavorable bounce. Made the mistake. Pele breaks through. You never know where rebounds are going to end up. That one falls in his path. He's able to tap it home.
If you could face one of these two in the final, who would it be?
I don't have someone I think I would rather face. I think obviously playing Redlac would be really good because for the team, both of us in the final is obviously a great achievement, and repeat what happened last year in ELIB for me. But any of them I would be happy with. Paulo deserves it a lot as well, so I think both deserve to make it to the final this tournament.
It's one of those, isn't it? I mean, whoever you play, you're playing against a juggernaut.
Yeah.
Well, let's take it down a match. The next match is against Yuval. That's the one we should be talking about right now. What's that look like for you? Can you give us a little bit of a preview?
We've been talking, like, we played twice in Pro Open, we played in group stage, and every time we play, I mean, we're both really good players, but every time we play, it looks really bad. Like, it doesn't look pretty. It's always a one-goal game. It's, like, tight. The attack looks horrible. So, I mean, we were talking, like, in the hotel, and he's like, yeah, hopefully we play in the final, and we give him, like, a horrible final, but at least it's a close game. I was like, sure. Hopefully we do that, but that was good.
Panic at the back there. Still not fully dealt with. Redlac, can he make the most of it?
Looking for a refresher.
Pele trying to go one-on-one. Pele's been able to put away. Chance of Redlac!
Ooh, so nice.
What a read. You see that little hesitation again. Again, at home, if you're watching, you're probably not doing that. He beats the man. He's got him on his hip, but he's looking for the goalkeeper. Is the goalkeeper going to scoot? Is he going to move? Are you going to manually shift him this way or that way? You wait, you time it green, you hit the near post, all while also managing that you got a center back looking for that tackle, that last-ditch challenge.
Yeah. I think you see how good Redlac is, like, in this tournament, the way he's free-flowing and playing. He's doing skills. He's doing borrow fake shots, like from there with Pele. And it's really nice to see because he's so good, and it's about time he showed it.
I think the biggest question that Mike LaBelle's wanted to ask you as well, Gabaris, is how do you make Drogba look so good?
Yeah, my Drogba
so
doesn't
quick.
look like that, brother. I've been trying.
Everybody was playing Drogba in Pro Open. I was the only one not playing him. I didn't like the card at all. But, I mean, with these restrictions, we kind of have no option. And I feel like I had him just...
Oh, what a turn.
Nice. So nice.
Stop, resurface, what's up? Welcome home, the Romanian, and the finish.
Well, he might only be an 87 rated team of the week, Matrita, but if he's playing like that, you're not really going to play at all, are you, for 15,000 coins in your 8 million budget?
Yeah, actually, let me ask you that, because we've all had to build these teams. Yeah. Who's been your, let's say, underrated superstar?
Underrated. I mean, in this, like, at LAN, he hasn't come off the bench that much because I'm really happy with the starters. But Nelson is so good off the bench, and Davies on the wing is amazing. So I think for me, those two are like the main guys that I like. I think Redlac's playing with no pressure also. Like, he's playing so free. He's so concentrated, nothing phases him. In a big game like this, it's tough for Paulo, you know, like expectations are high.
Yeah, true. You brought it up as well about free flow and like almost having some fluidity. Why is that so important? Maybe for people at home that don't quite understand, because I get it with some of the rhythm and cadence, but maybe from a pro's perspective.
I think this is a weird comparison, but I compare it to basketball almost. Every player has sort of a rhythm. They dribble to, they shoot to. I think FIFA is the same. I mean, AFC, I'm sorry, is the same. But if you're not in free flow, you're going to force things. You're going to miss passes. You're going to do the wrong reads. So just being able to focus on like each step you have to take.
Oh, what's a ball? So much time, so much space, and he misses the chance.
I told you, Brandon, I thought he might have put it just a little early.
Could have chipped it as well.
Yeah. It's one of them. I mean, sometimes you have too much time, Gabaros, and you overthink the shot completely, but...
I don't think it was green.
No, it wasn't.
Tight angle, though.
Paolo Neto. Deeply regretting that chance.
Ooh. Nearing halftime. It's been cagey. This hasn't been an open game, so to speak. It's been a matter of who can create those opportunities, who gets the breakthroughs. You've seen some first-time releases.
We might have a chance for half-time. Pele off the post. It just won't go in for Paolo Neto.
I will say this. You need some luck to win events as well, or to win tournaments. It always happens that way. I mean, even in the previous matchup, and we saw crazy comebacks and goals created from Redlac, K1 still hit the post 3 times.
Yeah. I mean, even if you look at it, K1 had a few chances that probably shouldn't go in, and he got lucky, bounces. Paulo in this game got a bounce already, but you know, it's just you have to have that luck on your side on tournament day because everybody's so good.
Oh my. He might be made to pay for this one.
Oh, wow.
Somehow, again, Paolo Neto can't find a way through. How important is it, Gabaris, when you've had those big chances, those moments, just to sort of remind yourself that you're going to get more chances, not get frustrated and not really make bad decisions?
Yeah, I think for us, as long as we shoot enough, the ball's going to go in a few times. So just keeping focus on being able to create is more important than just finishing every chance, probably. But obviously, you want to have a high percentage rate so that whenever you have those, you're scoring.
I'm going to steal that quote. You know, if I shoot enough, something's about to go in.
Yeah.
Just got to keep going. Just keep knocking on the door.
Exactly.
It's called barnyard basketball. You know, you take enough jumpers in the back of the back of the house.
Right, Gabaris, we'll leave you to it, my friend. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck in the semi-final.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Those were the wise words of Gabaros. 14 games unbeaten here at eMLS Cup. He has been incredible throughout his journey in the tournament so far.
I mean, just perfect. I mean, there's no other way to describe Gabaros' play. The consistency, the continuity. I mean, he talked a lot about the free flow. I almost call that the Brazilian way, the beautiful game. He replicates it.
I loved his answer as well. You know, no doubt it would have been a little bit frustrating for him sitting around for an extra hour or so to get his game going. He said, look, I just sat back. I enjoyed the games I saw. I cheered my friends on and my teammates. And if anything, you're right to say, it got him just more in the mood.
It almost sounded like someone that was completely devoted to the craft as well. I get hyped watching others play. I'm excited watching others play. I'm absorbing that information. I'm seeing if there's anything that I want to add, maybe something that I want to shift, or things I could take advantage of. Real study. And you have to be like that at this level because we have small margins.
And I think we saw how hyped he was because he scored in 1 minute 12 seconds, I think, in his game in that quarterfinal. That was the words of Gabaris. He takes on Yuval in the all-New York matchup. New York City FC versus New York Red Bulls. It was a grand final back in 2021. Now they will play in the semi-finals. Following this game, only 1 goal between the two of them. As we jump back into the action.
A lot of game left to play, Brandon.
So much time to unfold.
This is the same score of the 9-8, by the way, leading into half. I'm just throwing it out there, not manifesting, just saying. Observation.
Joe Cole. Just tries to squeeze it through the legs of the defender. I think the even bigger thing that we keep forgetting, 45 minutes away from one of these two booking a spot at the FC Pro World Championships. It is the biggest ticket of the year. Pele, Redlac looking for a third!
What a read.
Just took his time with Team of the Year, Pele. And he might just be on his way to a World Championship.
And it's been Pele. It's been all Pele. Whether he is orchestrating the attack, making the final dribble, having the finish. It's money well spent. And what else can I say? Especially the way that he uses them. That R1, that technical dribbling. Prime.
Back to you, Paolo Neto. What have you got? What a save, Tim Howard. Honestly, he's been the MVP. He's been ridiculously good, Tim Howard. 91 rated fantasy item. It comes in at just over 100,000 coins and an 8 million budget, worth every penny. Looking for a third is Redlac. He knows how important a gap would be. I mean, for Redlac as well, look, what an opportunity to get to the World Championships, to solidify himself as a top,
what a bump.
Top name once again, which he knows he can get to. He knows his level.
We've seen that ordeal earlier. Careful with Yapstam, some of these turns. A little bit of a clunky player, but very physical on that back line. And let's say that this stays with a couple goals. Palinetto might have to make changes around the 70th minute. A little additional pressure, maybe a formation swap, definitely some new faces, some new bodies. Take advantage of fatigue. Oh.
See you later. Time ticking away for Palinetto.
A little rushed there, a little too direct. We talk about it a lot with timing of the runs and locating the right pass. Patience is more important than people often talk about. It's maybe not the prettiest topic in some ways.
I was just looking here, Mike, in front of me. It's been 2 years since we last saw Palinetto at a World Championships off the line. Which sounds crazy to say because Palinetto is always so consistent. We see how good he is in eMLS. And he's normally amongst the best 32 in the world when it comes to the World Championships. Look at the space here, by the way. It's a 3-on-2. He has to make the most of this one. Pele cuts it back. Nesta had time to run back from the corner.
Can we talk about Nesta? He just did a bicycle kick on the other end.
And he's just done doggies up the pitch to try and get back and defend for his team, which he's done well. Another wave of pressure. Brilliant feet. Referee!
Nesta
no!
Again!
Ref says it was a fair tackle as Nesta they were just about to snatch the ball off the feet of Pele, who was just shimmering and moving from left to right.
You can feel the sense of urgency. It's changing, it's shifting.
Redlac straight down the other end to go and grab himself a fourth goal.
Well defended.
Keep an eye on that run. Keane, can he get around Tim Howard? No, he can't.
Wow. I don't know if I've seen a faster goalkeeper. Off the line, Brandon.
Sweeper keeper, great of his feet. It's been brilliant. For those that are watching from home, get him in your team. I mean,
sign him yesterday.
Worry about chemistry later, but get him in your team. Matrita just running into the path of Nesta and Yapstam, who have been the most popular defensive partnership here at eMLS Cup.
He let that go. I think he was tracking back. He would have been offsides. Paolo is probing.
Has to make this happen. No, it's wide again.
Wow.
That's 3 or 4 big chances in this game, Mike LaBelle.
Paolo's had him. He's been there. We had a one-on-one first half. Remember, ball rolls, keeper's off his line. There is an angle, doesn't time the finesse shot, it just goes wide. Extra intricate pass there, but on the weak foot, tries to tap it home. Again, doesn't time the finish. Not able to convert.
He's sitting there now, Mike.
We got to get a microphone in there. I need to know what's happening with the coaches.
How do you think?
Who's going to smuggle one in for us?
How do you think Redlac's feeling now? He's thinking, I'm 20 minutes away from a world championship. I'm 20 minutes away from extra prize money. Without even a ball being kicked, you're guaranteed another $10,000.
That's a dangerous thought process. You can't put it on a pedestal. Can't make the moment bigger than what it is. Got to go out and say, I got to do the business. If I can add one more, now I can start maybe congratulating myself, at least internally.
I mean, he knows more than anyone from that game he was in his quarterfinals. What
Facts.
was it? 17 goal thriller. Only one goal between the two all the time.
And he conceded, if you recall, 88th minute corner kick. He hits a throw in, I think it's the 90th minute, gets it in very quickly, works it around. Pele has a magic moment, as per usual, at least with his Pele, or anyone's Pele for that matter. Able to convert, forces extra time. I mean, this is back and forth. No control in that game whatsoever. If you're a fan of FC, you can rewatch that. Keep that on rewatch all week. Or on repeat all week long. This is what we talked about. This is the pause, the 70th minute, changes being made, formations being adjusted. You get a little time to think about how you want to try to play this out. Oh, boy.
Has to make this happen.
Wow. I'll tell you, Redlac needs to not try to hold the ball at the back.
Yeah.
Do not try to hold the ball at the back.
He's done it quite a few times, hasn't he?
Every time with Yapstam, he's not holding on to it well. He's losing it every time.
Maybe he just believes that he can play out with his feet, but I don't think that's the case. Get the ball as far away as possible from this doing Yapstam. Has to make this happen, Palinetto. Has to score, he does! 18 minutes to find one more goal to tie the game up.
And again, you've got to be so careful here working with your fullbacks, working with the center backs. Goes for a remake. Saw that skill against K1.
This is where you start second-guessing yourself now, as all this pressure's going to fall your way. Palinetto, Pele looking for a third, goes for a chip. Not even on target.
I think if you're Red Lat here too, you have to think I have to go forward. I still need to go. There's not enough of a lead to really sit on it. Remember, we have these extended halves. There's still multiple attacks both ways. Not gonna be able to hold this out of the back.
He loves it, doesn't he?
Living dangerously.
He does not mind taking a few extra seconds out of the game and keeping the ball and doing things like this.
Whoa.
He's very brave when, you know, the likes of the players, yes, they're good, but they're not maybe known for their passing of the ball and first-time touches. A few more minutes taken out of the game. As it currently stands, Redlac is heading to the FC Pro World Championships and taking spot number 9, the first spot from our FC Pro League partners. There are 20 of them in total, 20 tickets to the World Championships through league partners, and it's the eMLS Cup that will be the first to give out 2 of those. Nine minutes.
The room is tense. You're not hearing a bunch of applause, but everybody's locked into the game. Dialed.
To keep his eMLS Cup run alive for another year. 6 years Palinetto's been in this competition. He's won it once. He's won big parts of the league season. He's keen. Is he on? He is. And finally, all that pressure comes off.
It has to be said, he was knocking on the door. It was just a matter of time with Palinetto. Redlac was struggling with holding the ball out of the back. Dangerous passes, dangerous 50-50s. Run the chance of maybe a poor animation or a missed touch or a missed pass or a heavy touch, especially with your center backs or even some of your holding midfielders. If we've learned anything about this title, you have to go for it at all times. Maybe a little bit of an exception to the rule. If you get towards the 90th or on the 90th, you want to hold a minute, okay. But the risk to reward doesn't measure up.
Well, that's what they're playing for there. A trophy that man has lifted a handful of times in League Series 1, League Series 2, the actual eMLS Cup. The final moment, he's been in a grand final, he's won it. And he's very much back in this one, Mike. It feels like we could be edging towards extra time here to decide a spot at the FC Pro World Championships.
You would think at least a chance each. You know, back in the day in some of the previous installments, 86th, 87th minute, you'd know you could hold it to the last attack, the final touch. But not in FC 25.
6.5 minutes. of normal time left to try and work out who is taking their ticket to the FC Pro World Championships. Who's guaranteeing themselves $10,000 without a ball even being kicked in the grand final. We'll have to have a... If he does make it through, we'll have to have a chat with him. What is this playing out from the back that we're seeing at times from Redlac? He could be made to pay for it. He's keen. Oh, he misses the pass.
Space to work with. Redlac got to go forward. Anything he's doing with the slow build-up has been a struggle.
Matrita was just waiting at the back post. He might be worth 15,000 coins, but he might have just scored a goal that was worth $15,000.
A lot of space for Paolo.
You can see where the confidence is now. And it's on the side of the Brazilian. Keane. Pele pulls away. One more pass.
Oh, what a challenge.
Massive.
Wow.
Interception. We've seen late drama before from Redline. Let's see it again now.
Oh, my goodness.
Because it could guarantee yourself not just a spot in the grand final here, but in the World Championships. If you make this perfect, this attack absolutely perfect, dispossessed, it goes back the other way or does it? A through ball, finds Pele, saved.
Wow.
End-to-end FC here.
Uh-oh.
And he's going to get another roll out the dice. Surely not. 2 minutes left. Are we on for a last-minute winner?
Got to go forward.
He'll take his time just to build in a few more options, or will he? Only time of 2 minutes. 30 minutes needed of extra time to work out who is going to the FC Pro World Championships.
It wouldn't feel right if there wasn't some additional drama. Come on, for a deciding spot. You can't set up shop against the likes of Palinetto. Redlac's passing out of the back, terrifying. But when he goes forward, it has everything that you're looking for.
He still keeps doing it as well, Mike. He keeps going back and playing out from the back.
He had the chance. Fell to Pele in a one-on-one, 88th minute, 89th minute. Maybe took the shot just a tad bit early. Keeper gets down to it, breaks loose. Paolo with one more additional counter, wasn't able to make it happen, loses possession, and then the clock ran out of time. Ran out of time. Now fatigue comes into play as well. Played 90. Those subs matter more than ever. Who's able to take advantage of a matchup just based on the fact that one player's fit and the other one looking a little tired, looking a little exhausted, dragging his feet.
Back underway now then. 90 minutes couldn't separate them or even concede goals.
Uh-oh.
Matrita pulled back. It's a tactical foul, which puts Carlos Alberto into the referee's book.
Since Paolo's changed formations and he started pressing the back line, it has been so much more difficult for Redlac to get the ball forward. He still defended the final third really well, but just getting the ball out of the back has been a difficult shift. As you see Nelson on the pitch. Guibaro's just talked about his influence off the bench.
Well, he's one of the fastest players in MLS. Pele cuts it back!
Can't miss from there. Look at the player lock, though. Double player lock, finds the open man, make sure there's no if, and, or what's about it. Extra pass, taps it home. But we've seen this picture before. It's not done, Brandon. It's far from that.
It's not team of the year Pele. It's team of the week, Alexandra Matrita, that might have just scored the goal to send Redlac into a World Championship. We've only played 4 minutes.
Oh, we got time. He's either going to need to add to it, or we're going to see a comeback from Paolo, but sit tight. Get the popcorn, extra butter.
Get yourself comfortable because Robbie Keane is inches away there from being able to pull past Nesta.
Ooh, what a burst.
I'll tell you what, you've got 15,000 coins laying about. Get them on the bench for your weekend league. Lampard, Pele. That was the idea. Gregerson. His FC Pro Live item, in fact. The Palinetto is backing in his team, which he did represent in the FC Pro Open a few months ago. 10 minutes played, near enough of extra time. 4-3 as it currently stands to Redlac of Toronto FC.
It's got to be said, this Nelson has been active.
I think he's got that 95 plus pace. He's one of the fastest players in MLS.
I think he's on. Beats the back line.
Stamina bar isn't looking great. For Matrita, what's happened there? Is he going through a corner? Yes.
Stamina bar's seen better days.
These are dangerous. Yapstam. Goal kick. Is Redlac going to be able to see himself into half-time with just a 1-goal lead on his side? Or has Palonetto got other ideas now? Oh. It's going to fall its way through. Keena! 4-4, we're all square again!
Redlac a little unlucky on a bit of bounce back, but Palo made the most of it. The extra pass, the drop down again. We always see these passes at the top of the box to the midfielders because they can have that little drop-off effect. Still got work to do.
A lot of work to do. I love the idea there, the first time through ball. Redlac.
Oh!
Again, looking for that famous roulette. 15 minutes away from dreaded penalties to work out who on earth is going through to the finals.
Sometimes you need that little unpredictable moment. We haven't seen any of the roulettes in this matchup. Hasn't been part of the go-to packaging when it comes to skill moves. A little more risky. Got to take a bit of a 50-50 chance on some of those turns. Doesn't lead to anything. 5-all. Palo able to recover and equalize.
If you have just joined us, this is eMLS Cup live from New York. We are inside the Whitney. And we have certainly seen our fair share of masterpieces on display here across the board from our pro players. 8 of them came into the competition from the group phase. Now we're in the semi-finals. You can just see Gabarros watching on. He's in action against Uval in an all New York matchup. New York City FC versus New York Red Bulls, which will follow this game straight after. 2 of those 4 players won't just be in the grand final, they'll be on their way to the FC Pro World Championships, which will happen later on this year. I mean, it only feels right that this is going to end 5-5 when we go to penalties.
And we don't write the scripts, we just commentate on the action.
Back to you, Paolo Neto, Robbie Keane!
Wow, what a pass. From kickoff, draws them in, kind of teases what could happen. Extra dink, Robbie Keane, the right man for the job. Both feet, always eats, plenty of time. Goalkeeper in a bad position to try to guess one side or the other. Easy conversion for Palo. And now Redlac's gonna be on the reverse end of trying to forge that comeback.
And look, he had about 1.5 in-game minutes earlier on today against K1 John, and he was able to pull himself back into the game and send himself into extra time. He's been in situations like this before, but no doubt the pressure this time has been ramped up even more.
Well, in this matchup in particular, he's always been in the driver's seat. He's been leading the way. Palo's always been trying to forge that comeback or create something. If you're just tuning in, to remind you, Redlac was leading 3-1. A couple goals from Palonetto late to forge extra time. Again, Redlac having the opener in extra time. Palonetto with the response. And of course, now adding to it. But still plenty of time left. I'd be surprised if it ends here, just based on how these games have gone.
Well, 2.5 minutes from the restart. Paolo Neto is back in front. The last time we saw him in the World Championships was back in 2022. He's had to wait a long time. to get back amongst those world finals. Lampard, that was a very ambitious trailer from that far out, but we have seen them go in.
Yeah, the question is going to be, can you get pressure on him?
Back to you, Redlac. 8 in-game minutes left.
Ooh, little rushed.
As every minute passes, the pressure for both of these two will certainly start to build. They are so close. As we jump into a pause there, just to even have that even more important breather, a couple of words with the coach of how you can see out these last 8 in-game minutes.
Coach might want to add a word just to say, hey, we can't rush it, we want to make offense. Even if the clock's ticking down, the way that FC works, you always have to be aligned. There's almost synergy with how you defend and how you go forward. You're telling a story. You're looking for those triangles, triggering runs. If anything, you want to take your time as well, because the best time to win it back is when you have bodies forward. So if you lose the ball, let's say in your opposition's final third, you have an instant counter press versus losing the ball as you're building up.
Of course, we haven't stopped banging on about it because it's the biggest ticket of the year as well. Yes, there will be an eMLS Cup champion here today, crowned in New York, but there'll be 2 players that will be booking their spots. Spot number 9 and 10 at the FC Pro World Championships, joining the likes of Anders Vergang there, Nicholas, Lerry David, Stingray, Leandro Peixoto, Jafonzo, the Esports World Cup champion, the winner of this competition last year, Abu Makar Obron, just to name a few.
And it's a $10,000 game. Guaranteed. Second place, 10 grand. First place, 20 grand on top of having the spot. Nice little money maker.
He will be doing everything he can to look after this ball. Offside trap played there. He had to make it happen, did Redlac, just to get his opponent to fall into a trap of some sort.
And a corner kick's almost a dream scenario as well, because it just resets so smoothly if you're trying to have some game management, you're looking to hold the ball.
Wins it back now, Redlac. 3 in-game minutes left to try to find that all-important equaliser. Long ball over the top, finds Keane. Can he find the angle?
Wow, what a block.
Well, it's Palinetto's turn to keep the ball at the back. See how he can get on with that. He does pretty well to get himself out of the pressing trap that Redlac tried to set. Long ball over the top, just 8 minutes out of the game. Or does he want to find one more goal? Doesn't need it, he thinks. I can just look after possession.
Uh-oh.
And in time to follow now. Just 1 in-game minute between Palinetto qualifying for the FC Pro World Championships or Redlac sending us into a penalty shootout. Massive win. Should be out of play. Paolo Neto will qualify for the FC Pro World Championships. This is his league. And once again, he inserts his dominance into the competition. He's in a grand final and he's back in a world championship after 2 years without being in one.
And you see the relief there, a little bit of a thumbs up, smile from Palinetto. To take down the champ, you're gonna have to have something special. It's gonna have to be a little bit of everything as well. Redlac had the lead multiple instances, wasn't able to hold on to it. Dangerous playing out of the back. Saw a good adjustment as well from Palinetto, not just formation-wise where he was making more chances, but to hold the ball. In a game that's difficult to kill off the clock, he did a great job doing so. It might not be pretty, it might not be easy on the eyes, but this is still about measuring W's.
And it sounds so harsh to say, but this is the game you don't want to lose. Lose the round before. This is not the game because you are so close, Mike LaBelle. You are 15, 20, 30 in-game minutes of real life away from your season changing, your career changing, and unfortunately if you lose the game, it's a really tough one because, you know, suddenly you're in you're in a really difficult situation because there isn't really another method or way for you to get to the World Championships.
And in this case in particular, you had it. I would have rather lost badly and just said I didn't play my best game versus having the lead multiple instances, wasn't able to see it out, wasn't able to hold it properly, and I got to live with that. And now it's not just a loss of the money, but of course a loss of that final spot to keep your season going. Also likely to guarantee some contracts. Even if you're on the move, still.
I mean, Palinetto just signed another 2-year extender with Atlanta United. You've been there for so many years. They're there. They're in another grand final. That man's made 3 grand finals in 6 eMLS Cups, which is ridiculous consistency from the Brazilian. He is at the FC Pro World Championship. Spot number 9 goes the way of the Brazilian. But let's hear from him now. He's joined by Supreme Sensei. How is he feeling? He's at the World Championships.
Congratulations, Paulo. Please, you have to tell us, how are you feeling after that last match?
Yeah, the match was really tense, but yeah, I'm just so happy that I am in the final and also qualified for the World Cup. So yeah, I just hope to continue to win one more game.
So going up against Red Lack, what was your main strategy, knowing you had to secure this to get to the finals?
Nah, I think that my main strategy is just to play my game. Like I was a bit slower this game. But yeah, I played him on the round robin. It was a really tough game. But yeah, I knew that if I played well, I would win.
So there was a bunch of times when we got some ties. Did you feel any pressure? Like, did get any waves there?
No. I think like I played so many times the eMLS Cup, so the pressure now is out. I just want to win.
Okay, so you were locked in. All right, so the last question I have for you. Do you have anything to say to your fans and family that's out there watching?
Yeah, I just want to thank the support of everyone watching, my club, Atlanta. And yeah, everyone back home, my friends, my family. Just love you guys.
All right, congratulations and good luck on your next match in the finals. And we're going to get back to the desk. Brandon, take it over.
Thank you very much, Supreme Sensei. Yeah, great to hear from Palinetto. He is back again at a World Championships. And look, he's a household name here in the US. He's always here. He's always in the conversation.
He's a good all-around guy as well. He's a gracious winner. He's a humble guy. He's a good ambassador for the sport. And he's a winner. At the end of the day, he's a winner. We've seen him in absolutely everything. 2v2s, 1v1s, domestically, internationally. You name the continent, he's ready to travel and do the business.
Absolutely. Well, look, there is another semi-final to come up. But first and foremost, we are going to head to a quick break. Who will be taking on Paulo Neto in the grand final? Will it be Gabarros or Yuval? It's up next.
You ready? MLS is game on. Dolce? On. Stars on.
Kevin Sullivan, history maker.
30,000 friends? On. Rivalries on.
Versus New York City.
MLS, this is our soccer. Game on.
I'm hanging on like a fridge to a magnet. It's a jigsaw with all the right pieces. You and me, we go good together. You and I go good together. You and I, we go good together. We go good together.
The Whitney isn't just a museum. It's an NYC vibe, a place to meet friends, hang out, dance, and experience art and culture. It doesn't matter what you're into, fashion, sports, or making art. We've got you covered. The best part? The Whitney is free during free Friday nights and free second Sundays, and every day if you're 25 and under. While you're here, enjoy views on our terraces. There's nowhere like the Whitney, and you get to be a part of it.
They say your 30s are better than your 20s. Well, if that's the case, then MLS is going to be better than ever. You see, 30 years ago, a league was born. A vision took shape.
Welcome to Major League Soccer.
Giving us 3 decades of heart-stopping, historic moments.
Valderrama. Oh, yes! What an atmosphere we've got here in Toronto. MLS is here.
Thierry brings it down. Fires! Yes! Please welcome the world's number 10, Lionel Messi!
Messi! Spectacular!
And now, as we celebrate the past, a new era begins as we welcome the league's 30th club.
The start of something special for Major League Soccer.
We couldn't be more excited about our 30th team being in San Diego.
Bringing a new city, new life, new rivalries to this league. Get ready for a season like no other.
Some fireworks and more!
More stars, more drama, and now, more prime time.
What a game on the way tonight.
For the first time ever, the biggest match of the week will take center stage on Sunday Night Soccer.
MLS headliners about to go head-to-head here tonight.
Tonight isn't just the start of the season. Oh, tonight is 30 years in the making.
Maybe we really haven't seen MLS like this before.
So welcome to the next chapter of Major League Soccer. Welcome to Sunday Night Soccer.
Well, welcome back to New York City here at the Whitney, where we are bringing you eMLS Cup for the final time today. We have been already treated to some incredible games here, from quarterfinals to our semi-finals, but even more so, we've been treated by Paulo Neto, who joins us now. He is just qualified for the FC Pro World Championships. Paulo, that was a very difficult game. How are you feeling? Congratulations.
First of all, thank you. But yeah, I'm feeling like still have the nerves on myself. Like, was so tense the game. I need to make the comeback, and then like I had chances. He had the chance, big chance with Pelé to maybe finish the game. But yeah, in the extra time, I just did my thing and was all good.
Can you walk us through that? Because we see you back and forth with the coach. You're down 3-1. You've missed a couple chances at that point. I think it's nearing the 70th minute, and you're like, I have to do this now. Surely that's some of the conversation. So what's happening in the back room?
Yeah, he was just like saying, "Oh, you are playing well," and I knew that. And just keep going, keep your confidence, because I think that like your confidence in these moments is like the most important thing. And yeah, like I was losing, so I couldn't just go rushing too much because he would defend. And yeah, I just need to stay calm and confident, and yeah, that's what he was passing to me. That.
Paulo, 2 years since you've been back at a World Championships. How important is it that you're back there now? Because it's been a little bit of a wait for you.
Yeah, it's just amazing to be back there. Like last year was the only year that I didn't participate since I started competing, so it just feels good to be back. And yeah, I hope that I can do a great World Cup this year.
Amazing stuff. Are you all right staying with us for 45 minutes as we jump into our first game?
Yeah.
Let's jump into it then. Semi-final number 2 is live now. Kibaros takes on Uval in an all New York derby. New York City FC against New York Red Bulls. I mean, look, this is a ridiculously big game.
And we talked to Gibaros earlier, and he said something interesting. He said anytime he plays Uval, it's always a very close game. Not always the prettiest or the easiest on the eyes, but it was maybe the first time I've seen him sense or say, at least on record, that, yeah, this might be a close affair. And maybe a one goal one way or the other.
I mean, Gibaros is like a unique guy. He like after the first day of the round robin, he won 7 games and just said to me, "I'm playing bad." Like, so, I don't know.
Oh,
but
I'd like to play that bad.
Such a difficult game as well from both sides there in terms of if you're on the winning, losing side of that semi-final, because it just has such a huge result on it of getting to the World Championships. Of course, we have got the pleasure of having Atlanta United's Paulo Neto with us in the commentary booth for this game. Who do you think wins this game, in your opinion?
I mean, it's hard to be against Guibarro, like the guy won all the 13 games, but I think that like will be a really tough game. Like you've always been adapting really well, been like improving since the first day. So yeah, it'll be really tough.
And who would you rather play in the grand final?
I don't have that, to be honest. Like I'll be happy to face anyone. Like I just want to win.
I think the first time I saw you smile today was when that 120th minute went off.
Yeah,
you've been dialed.
I think that even for like 5 seconds, I stayed like still with the same face, but then I started like smiling. And, yeah.
And what does it look like right now in Brazil? Because we've obviously seen yourself, PH Zin, Young, we now have Guibarros. What's the development look like with all the talent? Because there's a lot of up-and-coming talent.
Yeah, I mean, Brazil is like a lot of talents, and yeah, it's just really hard to play there, like against all these guys, because every game you face like a top world top opponent. So yeah, but we have such good talents there.
Yuval. Acres of space here of Alphonso Davies. Very clever as well, keeping possession there. Still in possession, somehow down the byline. St. Carlos Alberto in spins there.
Looking to trigger root hole. You're going to see some of the midfielders interchange. Even if you don't unlock the pass, they'll take a defender with them. So you might find more space or more time to start generating your attack or changing the pace of the game. So far, this has been similar actually to the last game. A lot of feeling out in maybe the first 20. Not a lot of chances, but trying to figure out where that space is going to be unlocked.
Yeah, our game was like really tight. We couldn't, both me and him, we couldn't find like many chances at the start, but then the game was just starting to heat it up, I think.
I think it's been the longest we've had a 0-0 since the first ball was kicked here at eMLS Cup. Alphonso Davies again, sucking 2 or 3 players out. Big tackle interception from Ruud as the ball goes back down the other end.
Oh. This is the type of play that Guibarros likes.
Keeper comes out. It's just offside, luckily.
And again, you see some of that manual passing. You've got some of that player lock. It allows you to find gaps that wouldn't necessarily be there if you're relying on the AI to open up those spaces.
Must be said for Yuval, it was a last-minute call-up to play for New York City. He was only flying in about 36 hours ago. Squeezed into the top 4 by just 3 points. It was an extra win that allowed him to finish in 4th place above Thiago Capo. Here's a big chance now for Drogba. Guibarros! La Croqueta! Thank you very much. And it will be the Brazilian that opens up his account.
And it's just so smooth. It has that little extra sparkle, a little razzle-dazzle. You get it into the position. It's clear, precise passing, but the La Croqueta, not used heavily and not used a ton by Drogba, but he dances around him, taps it home, makes it look easy.
I think like, Guibarros is just so good in these moments of like really a lot of pressure on you and you need to make tough decisions. He's just really calm and yeah.
Why is he so flary in the final third, Paolo? Is it just the way...
He speaks Portuguese, that's why.
I mean, I think it's just his style of gameplay. Like, he really likes the skill moves and, yeah, just playing, like, a beautiful football. He has one of the most beautiful gameplays, and it's being really effective for him.
He's got one of those styles of play. Same with you. If you can replicate it, everybody would be happy.
Yeah, like, I think that I have a bit of that, too. I think not this FIFA, like, it doesn't allow us to be just sometimes too creative on skill moves, but yeah, I think that I have a bit of that too. Like, I like to do the individual plays.
And a lot of the passing. You do such a good job of triggering all sorts of different runs.
Yeah.
So even when you're watching from our end, sometimes I'm like, I'm not really sure where he's going to go. He's got options.
Yeah, I think I just like that to have multiple options. So my opponent needs to pick one, and yeah, then when he picks one, I just pass in other play.
Back underway. Guibarros opening up his account with Didier Drogba, who he continues to make look absolutely incredible here at eMLS Cup. Speaking of Drogba, is he on for a second potentially? One more pass. Can't find Frank Lampard, but he's still in possession. Summer happy just to recycle and rework it. Lionel Messi went for the time green Trivela on the edge of the box. I'm sure he's having an effect on Didier Drogba's price on the market at the moment of how well he's using him. Here's Alphonso Davies, who...
He's playing much better now other than Yuval. So yeah, maybe they need to change something for the second half. Otherwise, Guy will keep scoring.
Yeah, I think the worry right now for Yuval is that he's not able to generate. He's not creating chances. I mean, defensively, he's done a pretty good job of sitting in, even though Guy's been able to progress and get into dangerous locations, but he's not replying.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, when this is happening, like, on one hour or another, like, Gibaus will score and the lead will just increase.
Some of those touches, Mike, as well. Like, you just don't see those sort of touches. As Drogba will get another bite at it. Didier Drogba! Berkey just pushed all over the place there, but does get two hands on it eventually.
But to Paolo's point, it's just going to be a matter of time unless Yuval's able to have the ball, settle it down a little bit, some sort of offense. We're not talking about chances being in the box. We're not even getting near the box at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Guy is just pressing so good that Yuval can't even go into attack.
Maybe he hurt us.
We created so many chances in this quarter-final game against Thiago Capo. Just hasn't been allowed to do the same here.
This should be like a really tense game for Yuval because he lost to Nicolas in the game to qualify for the World Cup, and now he's here like facing again another game to qualify for the World Cup, his last chance. And yeah, this should be in his head. Like.
Especially after last year as well, Paolo, because he was runner-up last year.
Yeah, he was runner-up, so I think that you have that kind of extra
Oh, what a flick on! He's offside.
I was saying, like, he has this extra pressure of, like, okay, I was the runner-up, like, I need to be there again. So, yeah.
And we talk a lot about Guivaro's gameplay, but you see the interchangeability. Little chips, extra passes, a little bit of the skill moves. Gives you a little bit of a give and touch of everything.
Yeah, a lot of plays that he can do.
I think his defense is super underrated. We don't talk about it, it's not as flashy, but he's making the right reads. It also starts a lot of the offensive opportunities.
It's just been all one-way traffic at the moment, hasn't it? And it's been New York Red Bull traffic that hasn't stopped flying the way.
If this ends 1-0 at halftime, I think you're happy for Yuval. You got to make some changes, but didn't make any opportunities. There haven't been a lot of speaking points for us. Like you said, it's one way completely, but the lead doesn't support that, assuming it stays this way. I don't want to give the curse of the commentator.
Keane, Drogba, can he pull away? Yapstam does enough, but corners have been so deadly as this one will be rushed into the box, no doubt. Lampard over it, front post flick on, this time defended well. We have seen them go in time and time again. Messi. He's not been in everybody's teams. I mean, he's not in your team, Paolo, Messi. Just can't get on with him, couldn't afford him, didn't want him.
Yeah, like, I really wanted to play with Pele and Keane, and to do that, like, with all the other players, like Carlos Alberto, Stam, I couldn't play Messi, or at least, like, a good version of him. So, yeah, then I need to just send him, not this time.
It seems like the one player that they've all been missing in terms of the pro players looking back on this weekend as Drogba. Can he find a way through? No, he can't. Goes for a goal kick. Is that Alphonso Davies? If you could go back, would you put him in your team?
To be honest, no, because he can't, like, play at left winger. And, yeah, that I just play on 4-2-1-3, so this is hard for me. And Mitrita is doing his job, like, he's scoring goals. But, yeah, he's just being really important for me, Mitrita, so I would not change that.
I would say on the opposite side of that, Mike, Mitrita's been all right, hasn't he? For a 15,000 coin player. Can he pull away? What a save. Should be an easy tap in again. It's blocked by Nesta. And at the half-time whistle, it could have been 2-0 to Gabarros. But it'll only be just 1-0. And as you were saying minutes before, Mike, you go in a half-time 1-0 down, you're thinking,
This is okay. It's doable.
Yeah, I'll take that.
I'm telling you, there's nothing for us to talk about in Yuval creating chance. I don't even know if he had a shot. We could review the tape, but he wasn't able to get in that area of the pitch. It's time for a formation change, maybe trying to adjust the tempo. It's easier said than done for us, but you can't do another half like that. It's just, again, you're just asking for Gibaros to score at some point, and it just comes down to a lot of these little intricate passes for Gibaros. He's right there. He's had the sophistication, and he's been able to be clever, but he hasn't had the finishing.
Well, Palinetto, we're going to let you go and prepare for your grand final. Thank you for your time, my friend. Congratulations again on the FC Pro World Championships, and we'll see you soon. That was Palinetto there of Atlanta United. His 6th time in the eMLS Cup and his 3rd time in a grand final, and still as humble as ever, Mike, isn't he?
I mean, he's just the nicest guy. You can't dislike him. It's impossible. Just exuberates good vibes, fantastic ambassador, just so happens to be able to batter you in FC always.
Yeah.
I've never had a good matchup against Palinetto. I've unfortunately played him a couple times. Hasn't gone well for me in either of those.
When was the last time you played him?
A couple years ago. In his prime season.
That's not the best time to play.
No,
is it?
no. I don't think there is a good time for me, but
it's meant that you're saying prime as well that time ago, because he's.
Yeah, maybe he's still priming now. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I misspoke.
It's what the consistency is ridiculous.
You could pick a year. I mean, I even think of some of the 2v2 times with the Brazilian national team winning those events as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he just finds himself in those competitive positions every single year.
Just looking across the board, he's won over $400,000 in money, Mike.
We're pocket counting today. Okay.
He's always, look, you see in the wins there with Team Brazil, great placements. You know, just turning up to the World Championships every year guarantees you 15, 20K, let alone if you get outside the groups. So yeah, Palinetto, he is going to be there this year. Player number 9 at the FC Pro World Championships. We're jumping back into this one now. 45 minutes away to find out who is going to be in this year's eMLS Cup Grand Final.
Yeah, if you're striving to be a pro FC player, I think you hope to get to maybe one major, and I don't know if there's something Paolo hasn't played in terms of the major tournaments, and in many cases he's found himself in a semifinal, in a quarterfinal, sometimes in the finale of those tournaments.
And he's in that pocket of pros as well, Mike, that we say that if you sign him, they're going to guarantee you a top 16, a final 8.
That's why Atlanta won't let him go anywhere. They're re-upping multi-year deals. Said, you're not leaving us. We got this locked up, locked in. We discovered the talent. We've worked through the talent, and he has continued to perform. And we even did it was a 2v2 special where he played with one of his teammates, like an actual on the pitch. Won that as well. It was aired on TV.
What I love even more as well about Palinetto, he even features his own FC Pro Live item, Gregerson, in his drafted team, which he did use in the FC Pro Open. And in another world, he might have actually qualified for the World Championships from the FC Pro Open. But maybe him not being able to do that, Mike, gave him that extra ounce of energy, motivation to come into this tournament to get himself back on top, and I think that's worked.
There's no doubt that his preparation has done well. I mean, you know the coaching staff. He's always been a part of kind of the Team Holit collective and in training camp. Those guys always come ready and prepared with different strategies for different oppositions and trying to maximize. I would always say where you're gifted. I think that's super important. If you're naturally a really special defensive player or someone who's good at skills or someone that can get into these positions, let me get you to places you can isolate. Let me work with what you've got as your gifts on the virtual pitch, and then we work through it. What formation, what roles, what play styles, you name it.
Very nearly found that through ball.
Still 1-0.
Saying that, Mike, but Yuval's created nothing, has he?
Nothing. But he has defended well, and we know how quickly games can change around. We've been a part of it. Many occasions saying, it looks like there's nothing in this.
And suddenly, bang, all the goals start flying in. Yuval could count himself quite lucky, though, that it's only a 1-goal deficit at the moment. Still so in this game. Winner of it goes into this year's eMLS Cup Grand Final. Chance to play for $20,000 and to lift that trophy highest here in the Whitney in New York City. But more importantly, to get the World Championships boxed off, ticked in, get yourself back there. Robbie Keane goes down to ground.
And we have to credit Yuval's defending. It's been bend but don't break. He's been in the right place. He's making the right reads. These aren't easy finishes for Gibaros. He's just in the attacking half. He's probing at all times, but he really hasn't had a bunch of breakthroughs.
Drogba What a ball, Robbie Keane! Gabarros finds his second!
Might have been the curse of the commentator, but now you have to see that change. Now Yuval has to go for it. And there was that clear chance, that clear opportunity. Gets me behind, gets a foot first touch, open up the body, finesse shot.
But it gets to this point now, Mike, something's got to change tactically for Yuval. If he's going to try and find any sort of room or breakdown for...
I mean, the pause was cued immediately. I think they already had that on deck. So now it's a matter of can Nightwatch and Gabarros see it out while they try to counteract some sort of defensive approach, because Yuval has to bring pressure.
He has to.
Has to.
Otherwise, it's sort of like just putting your hands up and saying, look, I can't do anything. You can have the spot.
Yeah,
Go and show some fight in the last 25 in-game minutes. Because Gabarros is about to go 15-0 here at the eMLS Cup.
And it would lead into our first eMLS Cup with an all-Brazilian affair.
I think the Brazilian players quite enjoy playing here, don't they?
Yeah, Gabarros is telling me he's ready to move back to Houston.
Yeah.
Might relocate.
Well, he played in the World Championships last year. Got himself a top 16, did Gabarros. He is edging closer to back-to-back World Championships.
And was labeled as next up. We always find or discover or hear about the next Brazilian or the new Brazilians. I mean, Young's been in that category. At one point, Paulo Neto was that guy. We've seen the likes of PH Sin. I always think of the Resendes of the world. Depends how far you want to date back for the storytelling.
Well, he got his spot last year with the World Championships through the CONMEBOL Libertadores, another FC Pro Partner League. That was in Sao Paulo in Brazil. And he was also one win away from a double World Championship last year, the Esports World Cup and the World Championship in the FC Pro ecosystem. He is 28 in-game minutes away. I think last year we called him like the Rookie of the Year, Mike. He's found himself as quite an established player now.
I mean, you can see the potential. Yuval
needs to make something happen now. Something's got to give for Yuval.
That was better, though. At least some level of creativity. I'm assuming there's going to be space in behind.
Finds a third goal. This is not looking pretty, Mike, at all. Shots! Robbie Keane with the trademark finesse shot. You just don't let him have time, let alone shoot. And could that be the goal to send Gabarros into a World Championship?
This could be hard for Yuval because you can keep making shifts and changes, but he's played the majority of this match on the back foot, but he was also allowing some of that offensive pressure. He was sitting deeper, and now you have to change your entire mentality where you are going for it. You're a lot more aggressive. Even his last attack, I said, okay, here's some creativity. There were some skill moves. This is some sort of pass and move. We didn't see any of that for almost 60 minutes. Maybe too much respect on Gabarros' name. Easier for us to say.
We're edging closer and closer, Mike LaBelle, to an all-Brazilian final. They played in round 9 of the group stage, which would have been yesterday in their actual opening game yesterday in the group stages. Every player played, everyone in the group. There was 14 clubs in total. Every player played 13 games. They matched them in round 9. Gabarros has not lost a single game here at eMLS Cup. He won 8-6 against Paulo Neto. They will match up, if it stays like this, in the grand final this year. A $20,000 matchup. They will both be going to the World Championships as well. 24 in-game minutes away. And he is honestly made it look really routine. It hasn't been that easy on paper, but the scorelines he's had, the results he's had, he has been absolutely incredible. Huge result in his quarter-final game, and he's certainly not done yet. When he gets into this stage, later into games, and he's just free-firing. To be this good defensively as well, Mike, he only conceded 1 goal in his last game. Conceded 0 here against top players.
Well, that's what we brought up a little bit with Paulo Neto, is we complement the offense because it's easy on the eyes. You get to see the skill or the finish or the extra pass or the composure. And the defense is just, it's not noticed the same way, but he's had big separations against top-level oppositions because he's able to step, because he's able to pressure, because he's able to micromanage his players better than the rest of the comp. And it makes the offense easier. Good takeaways, easy transitions. I think I would argue he's been the best defensive player that we've seen in the competition.
Messi,
Oh,
penalty! And at this point, it just gets worse for New York City FC. And Yuval, a chance from the spot to make it 4-0. Frank Lampard steps up, goes for the Panenka. He was feeling maybe a bit too confident. It's a red card, though, to Yuval. That's game done.
Yeah, insult to injury, a little added misery. Bad takeaway out of the back again. Davies.
The gap's not being paired up either.
Nah, he didn't make the pause. Oh.
Cancellation!
Wow. Bro.
Forget the penalty. Forget it.
Bro. Opens for the finesse shot, cancels out of the finesse shot, gives you a step over. Weak foot, Drogba, time green, top corner, smash, dash. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. It's a spectacle. It's something you can keep on repeat, rerun, rewatch. I can keep going with that. I don't know if you want me to, but I've got a few more.
Gibaros will be representing New York Red Bulls at this year's FC Pro World Championships. He will be the 10th player there, and he has been incredible.
Just punishing your opposition.
15 games unbeaten.
Might be 16 at this route. I didn't think it was possible to go through the regular season undefeated. At the top of the show, we questioned, could it be done on a lively Friday in New York City with a new crowd, new audience, new ambiance. And thus far, if anything, he might even got better. 9-1 in the game before this. 5-0, Yuval has barely touched the box. I don't know if he has a shot.
I agree. I need to see the match facts at the end of this game.
I don't think he has a shot. Outside the box, inside the box, nothing. This is one of the best attackers in the league. The red card is recent. You can't use that as an excuse of not getting in.
Well, maybe we might be in for one of the first shots of the game if it's even going to happen. It's still not going to happen for you, Val.
Lockdown, lock up, throw away the key.
It's frustrating as well. Look, he was one game away from a World Championship spot in London a few months ago against Nicholas. He's back here again in New York City. He's in the exact same scenario. Win this for a World Championship spot. It's not going to happen for him. Two really difficult games to deal with, Mike, when you're so close on two occasions. But he just hasn't played well in this game. He hasn't.
And that's how you become great. You see, Gibaros is unhappy about the pass it didn't complete. 5-0 up. He's being critical. You have to be that way. Night watch in the dream scenario, almost as a professor.
He really is. His attention to detail is nothing short but incredible from Night Watch. 5-0, Gibaros.
I'll tell you what, as players qualify for the FC Pro World Championship, you don't want to see this Gibaros.
Two Brazilians as well. They're going to be loud.
And they're not going to stop training or slow down. None of those things. You got the RB Leipzig, the Red Bulls, and the Red Bull Gaming Academy. They're going to work through everything all year long.
If not, Mike, they'll go back to Brazil and they just play against each other.
Fair enough.
Paladino and Gibaros. Last 2 minutes left before we confirm our second spot at the FC Pro World Championships from league partners in the FC Pro ecosystem. It's a grand final which is set in stone. It will be the two Brazilians going head to head. Paulo Neto against Gibaros, this year's eMLS Cup Grand Final. And we'll see exactly what it means to him. It'll be 2 years back-to-back. Gibaros has made it to the World Championships. 20 seconds. of in-game time left. Full-time result, Cabarros, FC Pro World Championships. He will be there amongst the best 32 in the world. And still, he hasn't lost a single game here in New York. Incredible.
And I don't know what to take away from that. Even if you're palling out or you're sitting, you're thinking maybe, at least I got the spot. I've already qualified. I got the FC Pro World Championship on deck, 10,000 secured. At least I can go out and play freely.
The best part is, Mike, as well, before a ball's even been kicked at the World Championships, you've already guaranteed yourself between $10,000 to $20,000 there as well. So you've won one game and you've basically made about 20, 30K. It's not bad, is it?
Lovely few days in New York City. Now, there's plenty of ways to spend it here. That I can promise you.
We'll look back on that, and Eval doesn't need us to continuously say it, but he just wasn't in that game. He honestly didn't have a single shot.
I didn't like the tactical approach from the beginning because I think you could have maybe matched him. U-Ball is a gifted attacker. We didn't get to see that. Played a lot more of a defensive approach, played a little more passive versus him. And it kept it close, but at least at halftime, I would have liked to see him maybe go for it because we really didn't get to see him ever get into a flow.
Well, look, Mike, what a journey it's been. 14 clubs here in New York City came here 2 days ago to battle out in the group stage. As a grueling group stage as it was, only 8 could make it through to the knockouts. Now we have our final 2, our 2 that have qualified for the World Championships, and Supreme is catching up with Cabarros now. Congratulations to him.
Cabarros, how are you feeling after that win?
I'm feeling really good. I think first objective out of the way, qualify for World Championships, and now I'll focus on the trophy.
Well, congratulations. You are undefeated. Like, that is crazy. This is record at this point. Like, we're witnessing history. And this is new to you. This league is new to you. So tell us, like, what has been your strategy going into this entire tournament?
No, I think we practiced really hard. Me and my coach and my dad worked really hard at home to try to be ready for the tournament, and then just coming out here trying to put everything we practice into place, and it's been working really, really well.
Okay, you're going against a champion at this point. How are you feeling? Are you, any strategies you're going in with? What's on your mind?
I mean, he's like my main practice partner, so we know each other pretty well. It's going to be a pretty good game, I think, and probably pretty fun to play.
All right, Battle of Brazil. So do you have anything to say to your fans at home?
Just thank you so much for all the support. Yeah, let's get this one.
Let's get this win. Back to you, Brandon.
Thank you so much, Supreme Sensi. They're great to hear from Cabarros. Congratulations to him. He says, let's get this win. I mean, let's go 16-0. It's the better question to ask.
I mean, why? You can't go against him. I've been watching these guys face off over the last couple of days. He's just been unstoppable, and it's the balance of everything. And, we didn't maybe give enough credit. We were talking about a little bit of that game. It's the defense. You can't move.
He couldn't move. He couldn't shoot, let alone do anything. The headline news is Palinetto Cabarros is this year's grand final in New York. It's up next. One of these two will be picking up $20,000 and that huge trophy.
You ready? MLS is game on. Dolce? On. Stars on.
Kevin Sullivan, the history maker.
30,000 friends? On. Rivalries on.
New York versus New York City.
MLS, this is our soccer. Game on.
The Whitney isn't just a museum, it's an NYC vibe. A place to meet friends, hang out, dance, and experience art and culture. It doesn't matter what you're into, fashion, sports, or making art. We've got you covered. The best part? The Whitney is free during Free Friday nights and free second Sundays, and every day if you're 25 and under. While you're here, enjoy views on our terraces. There's nowhere like the Whitney, and you get to be a part of it.
They say your 30s are better than your 20s. Well, if that's the case, then MLS is going to be better than ever. You see, 30 years ago, a league was born. A vision took shape.
Welcome to Major League Soccer.
Giving us 3 decades of heart-stopping, historic moments.
Valderrama. Oh, yes! What an atmosphere we've got here in Toronto. MLS is here.
Thierry brings it down. Fires! Yes!
Please welcome the world's number 10, Lionel Messi!
Messi! Spectacular!
And now, as we celebrate the past, a new era begins. As we welcome the league's 30th club.
The start of something special for Major League Soccer.
We couldn't be more excited about our 30th team being in San Diego.
Bringing a new city, new life, new rivalries to this league. Get ready for a season like no other.
Some fireworks and more!
More stars, more drama, and now, more prime time.
What a game on the way tonight.
For the first time ever, the biggest match of the week will take center stage on Sunday Night Soccer.
MLS headliners about to go head-to-head here tonight.
Tonight isn't just the start of the season. No, tonight is 30 years in the making.
Maybe we really haven't seen MLS like this before.
So welcome to the next chapter of Major League Soccer. Welcome to Sunday Night Soccer.
Well, welcome back to the Whitney in New York City for eMLS Cup Final. And we are down to our final two, a $20,000 matchup. We've just found out our 2 newest competitors that have booked a spot in the FC Pro World Championships, which is part of the job done. But now, Mike, it's the big one. Grand final time to get your name on that trophy.
Absolutely, and we should see the best of the best here in action.
Yeah.
I can't say it's been a surprise based on what we've seen over the last couple of days. Palo Neto being himself, and Guibaros has just been untouchable, unbeatable. He's still undefeated throughout 3 consecutive days.
Well, in case you've missed what's been going on here at the Whitney in New York City, this is the bracket that kicked off a few hours ago. We had 8 players, went down to 4, and now our final 2 are here. It's an all-Brazilian matchup. Guibaros, in his first ever time playing in eMLS, up against the player that's playing in his 6th eMLS season. And the crazy part is, Mike, this will be his 3rd grand final at the Cup in 6 seasons.
The consistency is something you have to applaud. What Palo Neto's been able to accomplish for the league, and an ambassador again of the sport, is just a great face of everything, and he's good in the community. You kind of get an idea of what this matchup could look like. I think we could probably guarantee it's going to be a bunch of goals. Both players are going to go forward and play like Brazilians do.
That's all we can ask for, right? 17 goals would probably be a lot to ask for, but we've had it before in the knockout stage.
Recently, not about an hour and a half ago.
We won't turn our nose up. The problem you've got, though, you've got Guibaros, who scored, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, he scored 9-1 in his quarterfinal.
Yep.
5-0 in his last game. He's conceded 1 goal, scored 14, and he hasn't lost a single game here yet at the eMLS Cup. But let's bring our players out to the stage here. Let's get behind and make him some noise inside the Whitney. First to come out on to the stage for the grand final, he's Atlanta United's very own. It's Paulo Neto. Get him to the stage. He is Mr. eMLS. What a chance for him to pick up his 2nd cup trophy here in New York and to add it to that stat mantelpiece. But who faces him, I hear you ask? Well, he was a rookie last year. I don't think he's a rookie anymore. 2 World Championships in the bag. His first ever league he's played in. Guibaros of the home side here in New York Red Bulls. And he hasn't lost a game. That is the news from him. 13 games unbeaten in the groups. Hasn't lost in the knockout stage yet, of course. He could be on for a 16-0 unbeaten run. Please take your seats, gentlemen. let's get this grand final underway very shortly indeed. I mean, look, Mike, you've seen many of these eMLS Cups unfold. We always get good finals, good grand
finals.
Seen
all of them unfold. Been a part both playing and on the commentary
you've
side.
teased us of what we could expect. What do you reckon we are going to see here?
Well, as we heard them kind of talk about, these two train together. You know, obviously from the same region. It's going to be almost a question, can Gabarros maybe make a statement saying that he can solidify that he's next? Maybe, you know, in some ways it sounds funny. I think Paolo Neto's 22, but is the next youngster taking over from the veteran? Or is the veteran still, you know, got something in his bag?
He's only been competing properly for 2 years, Gabarros. Again, played in the Libertadores last year. That's where he came runner-up and got his spot at the World Championships. This year, wanted to get into a league, went to go for the eMLS, and he's not looked back ever since. For Paolo Neto, he missed the World Championships last year. He said he was gutted last year. It's a tournament that he's always at. He sort of prides himself for being amongst the best 32 every year. And his consistency is often really good, Mike. So for him to get back there now is a huge springboard for him to go into this game. Say if he wins this. I mean, look, I know it's 4 months, 5 months away, the World Championships. He'll be in unbelievable stead for that.
It's wild to think about, but Paolo Neto at 22 has had a 6-year career of just winning, or at least being in those conversations at every single event, domestically, internationally. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but 1v1, 2v2, you name the format, he shows up for it. He's figured out some sort of meta.
And I mean, we joked about it, but Atlanta United might as well just extend the contract to Paolo Neto for a few more years. What, 6 years he's played for Atlanta United, 6 years he's been in the eMLS, and he's still so consistent.
At some point, you might just have to retire the kit.
Retire the number?
Yeah.
Well, here we go then. Your 2025 eMLS Cup final.
Ooh.
A matchup worth $20,000. Both have qualified for the World Championships, but only one can lift the trophy highest here in New York.
Basically the opposite of KG there. About as route one as it comes. Lob it deep, hit and hope.
End to end already, Mike. 2 minutes in. Massive chances down both ends. It will be Gabarros kicking from left to right, representing New York Red Bulls, and Atlanta United kicking from right to left in that light blue strip. He's been in finals before. He's been in these finals before, in particular, Paolo Neto. But this time he's up against a brand new name in this competition. Robbie Keane finds Pele, goes for a finesse. Ooh. We know how dangerous corners can be, especially when you've got Nestor, of all people, offering you acrobatical bicycle kicks whenever he gets a chance to do so. Look how free-flowing this is. Robbie Keane. Drogba's there waiting in the box if he needs to find him. Just delaying there. Drogba! And that's the breakthrough 6 minutes in.
Is it too crazy to say this could be 2-all already in 6 minutes in? We've already seen a couple big chances each direction. And it doesn't surprise me, but the guys are a little more loose. The goal, whether competitors want to let you know or not, was to get to the finals.
Hang on a minute, Mike.
Yep.
Joe Cole.
Oh.
Stopped in his tracks. Another quick corner to come in, this time played short. And then Lampard able to pick up possession for a potential counter-attack. 8 minutes in, we've already seen our first goal here, but you are so right, Mike LeBel. It could have easily been 2-2 at this point with how attack-heavy this is. Neither two of these players just hanging back. They are fully going for it. Brugman was the idea there, but Hullet quick to intercept and chance to break away.
And these types of training partner type matchups usually get one of two. One being the defensive, you cancel each other out, you might overthink it a little bit, or what we're looking at now where everything's wide open and it's just gonna be a back and forth, chaotic matchup of tons of offense.
So happy just to pull out so many different skill moves. Is Gabarros. It's just in his repertoire.
Wow.
It's just so natural for him.
Stop it.
Keane.
Woo.
runs into Ashley Cole.
Would that have been a goal or what? Because you have the manual passing there. You're pulling a player. You got a little bit of player lock. You have a knockdown. You have an extra dribble, then a green time finish. And that didn't lead to an actual shot. It got blocked.
That's a really high line that Palinetto's paid. Fortunately enough, Robbie Keane is not the strongest of forwards, as though he might be fast.
And Nesta's been our hero all day.
He really has been. Matrita. Still Matrita!
Oh.
Robbie Keane makes it 1-1. We are only just getting started in this grand final. Instant reply, skip the replay, straight back into the action.
Like it never happened.
What do you reckon for a full-time prediction of this?
6-5.
Oh my, Pele, look at the legs, look at the pace on him. Timothy Pele,
Oh.
shots of Paolo Neto. Again, Berkey has been so good at that near post. Quick corner to come in with the front post, goes all the way through.
I can't believe this is 1-1, Brandon, even 18 minutes in. And we talk so much about Guibaro's defense, but at least against Palinetto, that back line is pulled up. He's not dropping deep. The reads don't look the same.
Lampard tried to slot it carefully through the gap into Robbie Keane. It's a high line again. It makes Palinetto have to go back ever so slightly just to delay the play.
Oh.
Matrita, the goal came from him earlier on. The second one nearly does. Berkey putting on a massive display.
We talk so much about Tim Howard, but what? Berkey must already have 3 or 4 just classic. Absolute clinic,
saves.
Making the right read, right moment, all reactions.
Didier Drogba might not be often that great on this left-hand side, but we've seen what Gabaros has been able to do with Didier Drogba. Sort of brought him back into fashion. It's grassroots great promo. Has never looked so good in a New York Red Bull shirt. That one, not so good. Remember, this is the eMLS Cup Grand Final. $20,000 going to one of these two players. Both have just qualified for the FC Pro World Championships, where they will represent these two clubs at the biggest tournament of the year later on this summer. Gabaris off for now from this attack. Davies, Lampard, Huller all interchanging. Working out how to get the ball through to Robbie Keane or Didier Drogba. The press is there from Drogba. Nesta. Right place, right time, just to clear up the danger. Still, as we saw all last game in the other semi-final, Mike, just non-stop from Gabaris. Finally, a chance to breathe for Palinetto as it goes for a goal kick.
And they both want to play a fast tempo, but you can see them both trying to shift that tempo, if that makes sense. You saw some of the speeding up with the little passes, looking for those details, seeing if you can shift a defender or a midfielder. You've seen a lot of through balls from Palinetto. Speaking of.
Look at Robbie Keane!
Of course.
Advantage back to Palinetto. And believe it or not, he didn't need to finesse this time.
And if Palinetto had been a little more clinical, he could easily have 4 or 5 goals. He's had the 1v1s. We talked about Berkey and some of those saves. I mean, even point blank, tap across, square it. About as grade A as they come. I think what we can guarantee is there will be more goals.
Yeah. I feel like this screams like a 4-4, Mike.
What did I take? I said 11, 6-5, 11 goals. We'll see if that holds up.
It's not a bad shout. I mean, another day, the chances that go in that should have gone in, it really could have been a goal fest. Back into the action here in the eMLS Cup Finals, live from the Whitney, the Museum of Art here in the heart of New York, with a live crowd, $20,000 hanging in the balance for one of these two. Robbie Keane just somehow making the ball stick to his feet.
Well, players all have their preferences too. We had Palu up here. He said, I couldn't let Robbie go. He had to be there. I'd work the budget around having Pele and Robbie Keane. That's my combo.
But the players that didn't have Robbie Keane were actually quite jealous a lot across the last 2 days because you're missing out on a pretty decent hero item that packs a few decent play styles on him, including that all-important finesse shot, which I'm sure you'll see one of the two of those going in this grand final. Here's Robbie Keane now, speaking of him.
Uh-oh. Paolo was thinking about the Trivella, maybe caught between two minds. Almost rebounds the pass.
How do you think they're both feeling as well, Mike? Because, look, there was so much pressure on that World Championship play in the semi-finals. You're in a grand final now.
This match shows us that they're a little more relieved.
Yeah.
It does. It doesn't have the same cagey feel. Oh, bro. The first power shot on the day, Brandon. And not from close distance, from serious range.
Gibaros!
Take a bow. Where's the mascot at?
Take a bow indeed. I didn't expect it to fly into the back of the net. It didn't look time green.
We just haven't seen that goal today.
We were chatting about someone else. Didn't expect it to fly in from 40-plus yards.
I thought he was out of range.
Well, that's one thing that Gibaros has up his sleeve. It's just so many different ways of attacking. So many different outcomes. 2-2, we're all square once again.
What I was saying is that this game feels like they both have relief from qualifying, getting that FC Pro World Championship slot. They're still playing for double the money and serious bragging rights. I don't want to be a runner-up. I want to be the guy that's leading the charge. Later on in life, especially, when I'm thinking about my legacy, second place just doesn't sound the same.
Hello.
Oh. I'll tell you what, Paolo Neto, if he was finishing a little bit better.
I'll be honest.
He has penetrated that back line with ease.
I'm more on the side of Tim Howard normally, Mike, but this performance I've seen from Berkey in this grand final is potentially swaying me the other way ever so slightly. He has been making a handful of incredible saves. We are a minute away from a half-time interval here for both of these players in this final, just to have a breather. And it looks as if Gibaros might get that final chance if the pass can match. It can't. Added time of 1 minute. And if he's quick enough to move possession, it might be Palinetto that will get that chance. He has to get the ball moving forward, though. Well, that's careless, isn't it? And Gibaros might make the most of this one. Added time has been played. But Gibaros' time hasn't been played just yet. Messi.
It had to be green. It wasn't timed perfectly. You also see the fake shot cancel. You now have to buy into that. You have to believe in it. We surely didn't. We're having a whole sidebar.
Well, we're not in a bad spot now, are we, Mike? It's half-time in a grand final, 2-2. It couldn't be any more even. You know, we've seen so many grand finals all the time. You see a blowout of 4 or 5-0. It doesn't really serve the grand final, maybe the naming right that it deserves of, you know, two of the best players, and we are really seeing that. Just two players as well that are just happy just to attack. Attack, 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 attack.
And again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it's almost a federation of different offensive approaches between the two of them. They got something unionized. There's so much orchestrated organization of ins and outs and triggering this and manual that, knock this down, lob that in, give me a couple skills, I'll take a cancellation. We even saw the power shot, which I'm not going to be over. I think that's going to affect me later on today.
Yeah. What a goal, by the way. If we can somehow get that on the replay production, if you can continue to be heroes for us and somehow give us a replay of that power shot goal. It caught us certainly off guard. And I think it caught Palinetto off guard as well, ever so slightly.
And how do you move the goalkeeper for that? Barely in the picture.
I want to know who took the shot as well. Well, here is that goal, Minor Bell. We called for it. Production have delivered ever so kindly. This is the moment then that made it 2-2. The power shot we were speaking about. It is Frank Lampard with his power shot plus play style.
Still. You're right, not far off 40. First time. I think he timed it green as well. I mean, just mesmerizing stuff. And this is what we talk about with, like, the details. It's constantly about the details, always the details.
When a game's so tight like this as well, Mike, it comes down to a set piece. It comes down to leaning into those play styles, a finesse, a power shot. Doing something that maybe isn't expected as well from your opponent.
A certain exceptional.
Drogba playing the advantage. Should go back for a free kick for...
Are we going to get a free kick goal? Maybe we're due for one of those. We haven't seen one of these today. Make it happen.
Gabarros from this far out, outside the boot.
That was a poor attempt, actually. He didn't line that up right. Didn't have enough power either. Might have heard us talking, though, that we were so impressed, you know, he had to double down on it. Or we have no impact. But I'm going to lean that it was us. It was our doing.
Well, I'm sure Nightwatch probably had an idea that. Matrita finds Pele, and it takes a deflection from the boot of Drogba. Quick corner to come in. Front post flick on. You know where it's going to go. Nesta is loving these bicycle kicks in the box, by the way. Still has not been dealt with yet for Paolo Neto to try and recycle back round to Robbie Keane. Should be a tap, and it will.
Top-tier goalkeeper movement as well from Gabarros. You might ask about the first finish. He just read it well. Of course, bounces back out. You get the rebound. But it's the passing from Paolo Neto. Something unique. Little tap, a little bit of composure.
Alexandru Matrita, he has been worth every single penny.
His price might be on the up and up.
He's only worth 15k. At
least take him off the bench.
Finesse plus play style in his back pocket as well. Back down the other end straight away. It's another incredible save from Berkey. Back over to you, Paolo Neto.
Probably asking a lot to bring that together. Finesse shot, kind of running into space.
Still, the angle looked quite straight onto the goalkeeper, didn't it?
It didn't quite have enough of that diagonal trajectory.
Well, it is the former eMLS Cup champion in the lead at the moment, looking to pick up his second eMLS Cup trophy. He has won, of course, League Series in his time. He's been in a handful of grand finals as well. But he would be the first ever player to win 2 cups in eMLS history across the 8 years. Here's Drogba! Hold that fall for a second, because Gabarros has tied up the game again.
And it's so well weighted. The patience in the midfield. It might look as if it's more baseline, but he's turning, he's waiting, he's triggering. Again, turn, wait, trigger. He's looking for those runners. He finds the main guy. Weak foot, not a problem, of course, with Drogba. Physicality, positioning, body type. You can't step in front of him.
And once again, we find ourselves all square between these two. Alphonso Davies, how's he kept that on?
Oh. I mean, tiki-taka at its finest. 2 players, if you could replicate their games, you would take it at home all day, every day, even if you were a fraction. Played a beautiful way. Ins, outs, a lot of mixology. Combination play. Just shiny, memorable.
Matrita. Oh, you knew where that was going to end up. Robbie Keane's left boot. Trying to angle in a finesse shot. What a ball. Ruud Gullit just continued his run from midfield. Chance for Gabarros! Back in front.
And we've been seeing that strategy on repeat from Gabarros. He triggers the midfield, especially Ruud Gullit, because worst case, takes a runner. Maybe your second option, you lob it to him, he wins a knockdown. Third option, maybe your first priority, if he's open like that, give him the through ball, let him gallop through the midfield. 6'3", 6'4", long hair, you definitely care, you take notice. He's just a presence. He's a specimen. He has certain levels of physicality. He has an agenda.
Why is it so important as well, Mike? We see it from this level of pro players, just to trigger those centre midfielder runs.
the very least, you're going to open up more space. At the very minimum. Or you might buy yourself another second of time.
It just overloads, doesn't it, as well? It causes all sorts of problems. Messi's in a running race there. Will not beat Ashley Cole to the ball. But this game has swung. Palanetto's led. Gibarros is led. Now it's back to Gibarros to hold on for 20 in-game minutes. His first ever time in an FC Pro Partnered League. His first ever time in a New York Red Bull shirt. And it would be more than just a win. It would be a 16-0 unbeaten streak.
You couldn't have been more dominant.
What is that? Oh, my. Just putting out all these shot types that no one expects. In it goes. It will fall to the edge of the box. Drogba was inches away from connecting onto that one. Looking for a 2-goal cushion, that one. Blocked again, another time Green Trivella coming in from Ruud Gullit. Still just reworking, recycling, rethinking the attack that he really wants to play.
And it's just the belief, the conviction behind some of the locations, the spacing.
Look at the space here for Pele. Surely another equaliser. 4-4.
And Paolo got him with the turn and then that little electric pusher. You got that Energizer bunny, if you will, with Pele. You can take off very quick with the speed burst. Caught him flat-footed. That was the big key. He caught Gibarros on a player switch. So he had two center backs not being manually controlled, a little flat-footed, burst through, and then Pele doesn't get recovery. You don't get a second chance. You don't get the commentator's second bite of the cherry or the apple, the pear. I don't remember what it is, but I know you're supposed to take a second bite of something.
There's no second chance, is there?
Nah, not with Pele.
Look, I said 4-4 might have I reckon we could get. We've had 4-4. You've said 11 goals.
Yeah,
we're 3 off.
We're in line. 70th minute, couple changes. Surely coming up soon. I don't expect a formation adjustment. I think both players are happy with how they're going forward and happy with how they're defending, generally speaking. The goals that have been created have been moments of brilliance, have been something out of a novel that you had to translate on the virtual pitch. I don't know if that comes together either, but it's been something where you made the guy work for it. I mean, we're seeing 40-yard spreads.
We're seeing such an arrangement of different goals as well, aren't we?
There's no other way to say it. It's just, I wish I had this level of optimism when I played the game. Sheer enthusiasm.
"15 minutes away from what feels only right to be extra time in this grand final. It feels like it's deserved 30 more minutes. This is how a grand final should be. Nothing to separate the two. Just one moment, one big moment of magical brilliance, which could be on its way in the next 15 minutes or so, as Palanetto very nearly was able just to get an extra toe on that past Nesta. This is the time to play your perfect FC. Where one decent attack could change everything. One goal could guarantee yourself $20,000. That had to be made right. I love it as well. It's Gregerson at the back. There's no Nesta in sight there for Palanetto, Mike. Gregerson and Yap Stam. Carlos Alberto, that Anticipate Plus coming in clutch. Keep an eye on that Gullit run. It will continue to make it. Didier Drogba. Did it take a deflection on the way through? It did. Quick corner to come in towards that front post. Goes out for a goal kick.
Even with Ruud Gullit, they're asking a lot to do. Maybe best suited to have a flick on. Even a flick towards the edge of the box. We've seen some of those work.
There's that sprint boost. Palanetto, Pele. What a chance it is for Palanetto to find the back of the net.
It's
7 minutes away.
Is that pop, stop, and shop, baby.
From a second.
Take him to cleaners. He's so good at it because he hides it. You might be like, why would you allow that? Because you just don't think it's on the cards. It couldn't be off the menu. You think that he's going to lay it off or make a pass, maybe give you some sort of skill, but he turns real quick, just a little half turn, and then takes off.
You said it before, didn't you? You warned Gabarros about it, of what to expect as soon as Pele gets through, and he's got that ability just to pull away on the first touch. And how fast he is, there is no catching him. 6 minutes or so left away from a second eMLS Cup on his trophy mantle. The most successful player we have seen in eMLS history.
I mean, Palinetto's just, especially if you look down or look at that, I think it's the 4th one that he's had in this game. He missed one of the 1v1s. He scored the other 3, and he's just a salesman. You know it's coming, but you're not bought in. He keeps talking. And once you realize what's happening, it's a little too late.
This is where Dr. Nightwatch can earn his wage here, just to get in there and work out how we're going to make the most of these final 6 minutes or so. Six minutes left in the eMLS Cup for the 2025 season. As it currently looks, it could be Paulo Neto heading towards a second cup trophy. His 3rd final in 6 years. Ooh. That's exactly what Paulo Neto wants.
Yeah, similar to what we saw in Red Lac as well. This is kind of dream scenarios. This in corner kicks. Should be able to kill off a little bit of time.
Give me a free kick and let me just see the clock go down. If he gets another goal now.
Oh.
There's the finesse plus play style there that you thought he might have gone for.
I mean, you just don't have that swervature. That mix-up is crazy. Left stick dribbling at its finest. Gorgeous. And here's that corner kick. You should be able to bring it all the way back.
Taking every second he wants.
Oh.
3 in-game minutes away. Still in possession.
You might not love the game management. You got to give credit to that dribbling. That left stick is impeccable. Working through the double teams.
Hugging onto possession here. Added time to come. How long will that added time be? If it's a minute, it's 2. Is he offside? He's on. Robbie Keane is onside. Paulo Neto still in possession.
Wow.
2 in-game minutes away from being crowned this year's eMLS Cup champion for a 2nd time in his career. The most successful player that this league has ever seen. Across 6 seasons, the Brazilian has continued his dominance and is seconds away from another championship win. Added time has been played. Referee, we're playing on still. Gabarros, he might get one more chance. We've overplayed the time. Can he recycle his chance all the way back around? No, he can't. Full-time result. Paulo Neto gets his double. A 2-time eMLS Cup champion. The Brazilian is back, and he's back at his best.
I'll tell you what. 9 goals, back and forth. So much offense. So many chances being created both ways. And just elaborate, intricate patterns being replicated between the two. See what it means to Gabarros.
Paulo Neto wants to get this party started. Commiserations to Gabarros, but this is his moment. Paulo Neto, your eMLS Cup champion!
All right. Everyone, give a round of applause to our champion here. 2 times. Paulo Neto, how are you feeling after this huge, huge win here in New York City?
I mean, I think it was the best game that I played so far in the tournament. I think that I really played amazing. So I'm happy for that. I happy that I got the winning. It was really tense. I think all my games today are like that. But yeah, in the end, just mattered to win the tournament. And yeah, I'm so happy for that. I'm really happy.
You're really happy. All right, you just went against undefeated through this whole tournament. You didn't have any worry at all.
I didn't win undefeated in the whole tournament, but yeah, I was undefeated when it matters, that is today. And yeah, that's why I'm happy for that. And yeah, just celebrate now.
Okay, so what's next? You know, like what after this, what's next for you?
The next is the Pro FC World Championship. And yeah, of course the Libertadores as well, that I will play there in South America. Yeah, but now it's nothing next, just thinking about now and just how happy I am.
Enjoying the win. All right, congratulations. Is there anything you want to say to your fans and your family back home?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for the support of everyone. My coach Elta that was here with me, also my coach Renzo that couldn't come. My club, Atlanta United, they are amazing, all the supporters, my family, my father, my mother, my brother, my girl, everyone back there at home. I just want to say thank you for the support, and yeah, I just hope that I could make you proud.
All right, congratulations. I'm going to give it back to our desk. Brandon, take it over.
Thank you so much, and yes, a massive congratulations to Paolo Neto. We're going to get him to grab the trophy and actually come and join us, if he can, on the commentary side of things. Look, 6 seasons in this league, Mike. He is factually the most...
He's the best.
He's the best player in this league.
He's the best player in the league.
3 grand finals, 2 cup wins, series wins, you know, league title wins.
He's done it all. He's done it all. And I think the funniest part of that for me is that overcoat or the jacket came off so quick when it was time to lift that trophy. He got the biceps out, triceps out. And I guess that answers Guibaro's going undefeated. He'll still be proud about his achievement. He should be. But Paolo Neto able to do the business once again in another final.
Yeah, that was the bracket run that he had. He played Dini Chris Lito in the quarterfinals, went through with late drama against Redlac, and he's going to come and join us live right now. He's forgot the trophy, unfortunately, but hopefully he's going to come through and see us now. Paolo Neto, in case you've missed it, 2 eMLS Cup championships in his back pocket. He's qualified for the FC Pro World Championships. He'll join us live on the stage now. We'll give him a headset. There is so much going on for this man. Paolo Neto, congratulations, my friends. You are eMLS Cup champion for a 2nd time. How does it feel? You've done it 2 times.
Yeah, like it's just feel amazing to win the eMLS Cup. Have been here for so long, and yeah, it just matters so much to me to be here year after year winning trophies. So yeah, that's just amazing.
You've done it again, Paolo, across 6 years. How have you remained this consistent? Because, you know, some players just fade away and we don't see them, but how have you stayed so consistent?
I guess it's just the working hard, also the talent. Yeah, nice.
They should bring that. They should bring that.
Yeah, but yeah, all of that combined, just with also the right people surrounding me and helping me grow as a person, as a player, as a professional, and I think that this all leads to that.
And I want to build up that. How have you stayed so hungry? I think that's one of the hardest parts as a competitive player. Some years the game fits better for you than other years, and you go through ups and downs. And like I think a lot of players struggle with having consistency just off of they love it, they don't like it as much, and so forth. How have you stayed so hungry every single year?
Yeah, I guess it's the way I'm built. Like I just want to win more and more. I know like how much this tournament means to me, to my club, to everyone. So like I just want more. Like next year I'll be here again, and I want to win again.
2 questions, Paolo. 1, I've never seen you lift the trophy so quick. I had to get
you
ready.
You came out of that jacket quick.
Jacket off, trophy lifted in about 20 seconds. You want to lift that trophy. But more importantly, World Championships, you're going to be there now. How do the next 5, 4, 6 months look? I mean, how's it looking for you?
They look really, how can I say, like really good. Like at least I hope so. Because like I know that I'm playing really good, that I can do good in any tournament that I play. And yeah, I'll just continue like that, like practicing hard. I also have Libertadores before the World Cup, and yeah, I'll just try to continue on the same streak.
Amazing stuff. Paolo Neto, you are our champion here at the eMLS. He will be at the World Championships, $20,000 in his back pocket. And I mean, Mike LaBelle, that wraps up the eMLS Cup.
No, I mean, today had a little bit of everything. Maybe we missed out on some penalty kicks, which is okay by me, but goals, comebacks, bounce backs, intricacies, details, skills, goals scored, goals conceded, I can go on and on.
Yeah.
You just tell me to cut it off, I'm ready.
We've loved it, mate. We've loved having it. Again, what a day it's been here at the Whitney. You've been a fantastic host of the eMLS Cup for the 2025 season. I've been Brandon Smith, he's been Mike LaBelle, and Paolo Neto has been our champion for a 2nd time here at the eMLS Cup. He will be in action in a few months' time at the FC Pro World Championships. Thank you so much for watching. and have a fantastic weekend. We'll see you later.